Chapter 3034. I had a feeling something was amiss. As it turns out, they haven't even chosen a sect yet, but they're already being rewarded. Upon hearing Morong Zhao's question, many people who felt something was amiss finally realized what was going on. In the past, after the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm closed, the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials would choose a sect to join first. Then that sect would reward them and the sect they had recommended. Naturally, only the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials and the sect they had recommended would be rewarded accordingly. The higher one's ranking was, the more generous the rewards would be. Those who ranked in the top 3 would receive the most generous rewards. However, if one were to compare the rewards, it was only natural that those who ranked in the top 3 would receive lesser rewards than those who ranked in the top 3. After Morong Zhao and the elder from the Morong clan received their rewards, Zhang's son, Xiongqi, spoke again. Those ranked from the 4th to the 10th place and the representatives of the sects that recommended them, please come to me. After the rewards were given to the top 3, it was time to give out the rewards to those who ranked in the top 10. After that, the rewards would be given out to those who were ranked in the top 10. The lower one's ranking was, the worse the rewards would be. After all the rewards were given out, Zhang's son Xiongqi's voice rang in the air again. Now, according to the rankings, the top 30, starting from the first place, step forward one by one and choose the organization that you wish to join. Once you've made your choice, you can't change your mind. Therefore, you must consider carefully before making a decision. Zhang's son Xiongqi reminded them before he looked at Ling Juyun, who was ranked in the first place. Swoosh! Ling Juyun stepped forward and looked at the 5 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. At this moment, a voice transmission sounded in his ears. It was from the 5 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. All 5 of them promised to do their best to nurture him so that he could join the profound nether mansion as soon as possible. I choose, Ling Juyin spoke calmly under everyone's watchful eyes. Everyone, including the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans, held their breaths as they looked at him. Cloud Platform Immortal Sect. In the end, Ling Juyin decided to join the Cloud Platform Immortal Sect. Although most of the disciples in the Cloud Platform Immortal Sect were monks, there were still some lay disciples who did not need to shave their heads, wear kasayas, and abide by the rules. However, the secular disciples of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect were all geniuses. Only geniuses could become secular disciples of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. The secular disciples were a compromise of the Cloud Platform Immortal Sect. In the past, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect did not have secular disciples. In order to join the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, one had to shave one's head, tattoo one's name, and change one's kasaya. The Cloud Platform Immortal Sect welcomes you. Hung Chan had a bright smile on his face. Just now, he had made the biggest promise to this gray-robed young man who was not even 100 years old, within the scope of his authority. After a while, Ling Juyin turned around and nodded at the East Ming Kingdom's emperor. Then he flew to Hung Chan's side. Old bald donkey Hung Chan, I could tell from the start that you were determined to win him over. You must have made a huge promise for him, right? Zhang Guangzheng from the Simplicity Celestial Sect said as he looked at Hung Chan with a hint of jealousy. Old Taoist Zhang, as the saying goes, you can't trap a wolf without sacrificing a child. If you don't make a sacrifice, how can you convince him to join the Simplicity Celestial Sect? Hung Chan smiled faintly as he looked at Zhang Guangzheng. A hint of pride could be seen on his face. Zhang Guangzheng didn't pay any attention to Hung Chan. Instead, he turned his attention to the other purple figure that had stepped out of the void. The Simplicity Celestial Sect and the Coupling Celestial Sect. Which one should I choose? After Ling Juyun had chosen the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian had begun to consider this question. Even if he were to step forward now, it would still be difficult for him to make a decision. Although Bihai Mingfeng, the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, was powerful and one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion, it did not mean anything. He could not blindly choose the coupling celestial sect just because of this. Duan Lingtian, if you join the Zhangsun clan, the Zhangsun clan is willing to give you a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord and 3 celestial talismans that will allow you to escape from a doctor. Duan Lingtian was still hesitating when another voice rang in his ears. The person who spoke was none other than Zhangsun Xiongqi from the Zhangsun clan, the person in charge of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This condition sounds good. However, isn't it a little too stingy? Most people might be interested in Zhangsun Xiongqi's words, but Duan Lingtian was not. Duan Lingtian, if you join the Gongyang clan, Zhangsun Xiongqi said through voice transmission. Following Zhangsun Xiongqi's words, Gongyang Yu, the leader of the Gongyang clan, also sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Although his promise was better than Zhangsun Xiongqi's, it was not much better. Then, Bihai Mingfeng's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, if you join the coupling celestial sect, not only will you be treated like a core disciple in the coupling celestial sect, but I'll also do my best to help you in the profound nether mansion. Compared to Zhangsun Xiongqi and Zhangsun Xiongqi, Bihai Mingfeng's promise was much better. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was tempted. After Bihai Mingfeng finished speaking, Zhang Guangzheng, the vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, said to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, if you join the Simplicity Celestial sect, you'll be treated like a direct disciple of the sect leader. Moreover, once you join the profound nether mansion, the old ancestor of the Simplicity Celestial sect, one of the 10 inspectors, will take care of you as well. Zhang Guangzheng paused for a moment before he continued to say, apart from that, you can take anything you want from the treasure vault that has been passed down since the Simplicity Celestial sect was founded. Zhang Guangzheng's tone was slightly heavy when he spoke. It was clear he had gritted his teeth when he spoke. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Based on his knowledge, the Simplicity Celestial sect had the longest legacy among the Grade 7 sects in the profound nether mansion. Even the Cloud Platform Celestial sect and the Coupling Celestial sect could not compare to them. Duan Lingtian was still tempted by Zhang Guangzheng's promise when Heng Chan from the Cloud Platform Celestial sect called out to him. However, Heng Chan's promise was about the same as Bihai Mingfeng's promise. In fact, it was even slightly inferior. It was far inferior to Zhang Guangzheng's promise. What did the old monk promise you when he asked you to join the Cloud Platform Celestial sect? Duan Lingtian asked Ling Jueyun through voice transmission. After receiving Ling Jueyun's reply, Duan Lingtian could not help but curse inwardly. After all, Heng Chan's promise was nothing compared to Ling Jueyun's promise. In fact, Heng Chan's promise to Ling Jueyun was comparable to Zhang Guangzheng's promise to him. I want to choose 3 treasures from the Simplicity Celestial sect's treasure vault. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Zhang Guangzheng. If it's possible, I'll join the Simplicity Celestial sect. However, Zhang Guangzheng did not respond to Duan Lingtian's voice transmission immediately. Duan Lingtian guessed Zhang Guangzheng was probably asking the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect through a communication celestial talisman. After a while, Zhang Guangzheng replied through voice transmission, 2 treasures at most. If you insist on 3 treasures, I can only say that you're not fated to join the Simplicity Celestial sect. Upon hearing Zhang Guangzheng's reply, Duan Lingtian knew this was the Simplicity Celestial sect's bottom line. He nodded and said in a clear voice, I choose the Simplicity Celestial sect. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he walked to Zhang Guangzheng's side. Zhang Guangzheng forced a smile on his face and said, The Simplicity Celestial sect welcomes you. Bihai Mingfeng's expression turned ugly when he saw Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian had chosen the Simplicity Celestial Sect and the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, respectively. Old Man Zhang bawled, "Donkey Hung Chan, what did you promise them?" Bihai Mingfeng asked bluntly. He felt his promise was already generous. However, Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian were unmoved. Faced with Bihai Mingfeng's question, Zhang Guangzheng and Hung Chan only smiled at him and remained silent. Bihai Mingfeng shifted his attention to Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Zhang Guangzheng, and said through voice transmission, "Tell me what old man Zhang promised you. I'll give you 3 shadow void escaping talismans." 10. Duan Lingtian glanced at Bihai Mingfeng and replied through voice transmission. The shadow void escaping talisman was not even a rare treasure to the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not hold back at all. "Brat, you're asking for too much. However, I like it. Fine. 10 talismans it is." Bihai Mingfeng agreed without hesitation. When Bihai Mingfeng heard Duan Lingtian's words, the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. It was one thing for him to be treated like a direct disciple of the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. It was another thing for him to be treated, well, by the Simplicity Celestial Sect's inspector in the profound Nether Mansion. He could choose 2 items from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault. Bihai Mingfeng felt that even he was a little tempted by this condition. After all, the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault had a long history. It was even longer than the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, it was said that even an ordinary celestial lord would not be able to break through the defensive formation in the treasure vault. After learning about Zhang Guangzheng's promise to Duan Lingtian, Bihai Mingfeng could only admit defeat. He felt his loss was justified. Bihai Mingfeng turned to look at Ling Jueyun, intending to ask Ling Jueyun about the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect's promise to him. "Give me another 10 shadow void escaping talismans, and I'll tell you about the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect's promise to him." Duan Lingtian's voice rang in Bihai Mingfeng's ears, causing the corner of Bihai Mingfeng's mouth to twitch. Chapter 3035. Bihai Mingfeng glanced at Duan Lingtian before he shifted his gaze to Ling Jueyun. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission again. "It's useless. As long as I ask, he won't tell you what the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect promised him." After saying this, Duan Lingtian turned to Ling Jueyun and said, "If Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect, asks you what the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect promised you, don't tell him. Tell him to ask me." HM? Ling Jueyun was slightly puzzled when he heard Bihai Mingfeng's voice transmission. He replied to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. "He asked me." "All right, tell him to ask me." Duan Lingtian replied. To Ling Jueyun, this was only a small matter. Moreover, Huang, I had already acknowledged Duan Lingtian as her master. Naturally, he would not disobey Duan Lingtian. "You can ask Duan Lingtian. He knows." Although Bihai Mingfeng was strong, Ling Jueyun was not someone to be trifled with. Since he came from the divine offering land, he had seen many powerhouses who were stronger than 10 directions, celestial emperors. Why would he be afraid of a mere celestial king? Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's reply, the corner of Bihai Mingfeng's mouth twitched. Then he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and said through voice transmission, "Lad, I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeve. You actually managed to get him to cooperate with you. Thank you for the compliment, sect leader Bihai." Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission, "Same old rules, 10 shadow void escaping talismans." Bihai Mingfeng felt slightly helpless. He had dominated the profound Nether Mansion for many years, but this was the first time he felt so powerless in front of a junior. However, it was not appropriate for him to bully the junior in this situation. "Speak." Bihai Mingfeng said grumpily, After listening to Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Bihai Mingfeng glanced at Hung Chan from the cloud platform, celestial sect, meaningfully. I didn't expect the bald donkey Hung Chan to be so straightforward. The things that Hung Chan had promised to Ling Juyan were not inferior to the things that Zhang Guangzheng had promised to Duan Lingtian. I'm still inexperienced. If I had known earlier, I would have spilled some blood. Anyway, the blood isn't mine. Bihai Mingfeng was a little regretful. It was his first time coming to such an event, and it was completely on a whim. He had no experience at all, so he couldn't compete with Hung Chan and Zhang Guangjing. This Murong Xiao Xiao, I must have her. Just as Bihai Mingfeng was about to send a voice transmission to Murong Xiao Xiao after sorting out his thoughts, Murong Xiao Xiao opened her mouth and spoke. I choose the Gongyang family. As soon as Murong Xiao Xiao appeared, she decisively chose the Gongyang family. At this moment, let alone Bihai Mingfen, even Zhang Guangzheng and Zhang Sun Xiongqi from the Zhangsun clan did not manage to send voice transmissions in time. As for Hung Chan from the cloud platform Celestial Sect, he did not intend to use voice transmission since the cloud platform Celestial Sect was a Buddhist holy land that did not accept female disciples. Even if Murong Xiao Xiao was ranked first, the cloud platform Immortal Sect would not accept her, let alone the fact that she was only ranked third. The cloud platform Immortal Sect was willing to accept secular disciples as their greatest compromise. Female disciples? There was no way the cloud platform Immortal Sect would accept them. Gong Yangyu, you sure are fast. Zhang Sun Xiongqi looked at Gong Yangyu and said in a puzzled tone. He was even more puzzled as to why Murong Xiao Xiao would choose Gongyang family. Not to mention that the Gongyang family was the same as their Zhangsun family. It was impossible for them to pay too much for Murong Xiao Xiao to join. The limitations of the family were enough to make Murong Xiao Xiao shrink back. Most importantly, Murong Xiao Xiao was also a member of a rank 7 family. She knew that it would be more comfortable for him to stay in the Murong family than it would be for her to stay in the Murong family. I didn't promise Miss Murong anything. Gong Yangyu said with a smile. You didn't promise anything? Who would believe that? If you didn't promise her anything, why would she choose the Gongyang family? Zhang Sun Xiongqi asked skeptically. Elder Zhang Sun, I'm afraid you don't know this. The Gongyang family and the Murong family are going to have a marriage alliance. The third young master of the Gongyang family is going to marry the fourth young miss of the Murong family. Gong Yangyu continued to say with a smile. Upon hearing this, not only was Zhang Sun Xiongqi stunned, but even Zhang Guangzheng and Hung Chan were stunned as well. As far as I know, the Murong family's fourth young miss and Murong Xiao Xiao share the same mother. The third young master of the Gongyang family is basically confirmed to be the future leader of the Gongyang family. Bihai Mingfeng narrowed his eyes as he spoke. He was no longer surprised that Murong Xiao Xiao had chosen the Gongyang family. If there were no accidents, Murong Xiao Xiao's sister would become the matriarch of the Gongyang family in the future. Murong Xiao Xiao joining the Gongyang family was not only to do the Gongyang family a favor, but it was also to pave the way for her sister. This little girl isn't simple at all. Bihai Mingfeng thought to himself as he stared deeply at Murong Xiao Xiao, who was standing beside Gong Yangyu and descending from the sky. After Murong Xiao Xiao, the people who were ranked at the top of the scoreboard entered the arena one after another. Perhaps Bihai Mingfeng did not manage to recruit anyone from the top 3 on the scoreboard, so he went all out and recruited almost half of the people in the top 30 to join the coupling Celestial Sect. Among the 7 people in the top 10, he had recruited 5 of them. Sect leader Bihai, the coupling Celestial Sect, has reaped a great harvest this time, Zhang Guangzheng said with a smile as he looked at Bihai Mingfeng. Old Zhang, a straightforward person, doesn't resort to insinuations. I'll give you the 5 people in the top 10, and you'll give me Duan Lingtian. What do you think? Bihai Mingfeng said through voice transmission. Naturally, He had spoken through voice transmission since the 5 people in the top 10 were standing next to him. If he said this out loud, the 5 people in the top 10 would be displeased. For this reason, Bihai Mingfeng replied to Zhang Guangzheng through voice transmission to avoid any conflict between the 5 people in the top 10 and the coupling celestial sect. Naturally, this was also because he was certain Zhang Guangzheng would not agree to it. If he was certain Zhang Guangzheng would agree to it, he would not have spoken through voice transmission, just as Bihai Mingfeng had expected. Zhang Guangzheng merely smiled and did not respond to Bihai Mingfeng's voice transmission. As time passed, the group of people who had survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm chose to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Most of them chose to join the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Coupling Celestial Sect. Very few people chose to join the Zhangsun clan and the Gongyang clan. In the end, less than half of those who chose to join the Coupling Celestial Sect had chosen to join the Zhangsun clan and the Gongyang clan. I'll give you an hour. After an hour, you'll leave with us, Zhangsun Xiongqi said in a loud voice to the group of peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials, who had chosen to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Many people began to bid farewell to their elders. Brother Duan, why didn't you join the Coupling Celestial Sect? It's said that the Coupling Celestial Sect has mountains, rivers, and beautiful women. It's said that half of the disciples in the Coupling Celestial Sect are female. Not to mention, they have a large number of cauldrons as well. Huang Jialong said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. He found it difficult to accept the fact that Duan Lingtian did not choose to join the Coupling Celestial Sect. He knew in his heart that after this separation, it would not be as easy as before for them to meet again in the future. Just do your best. Isn't it the same if we meet in the profound nether mansion? Duan Lingtian said with a smile. After all, the elites from the 3 sects and 2 clans would have a chance to join the profound nether mansion. Once they joined the profound nether mansion, they would be able to compete with the elites from the various celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory. After that, he would be able to come into contact with the 10 great clans of the Southern Heaven Territory and the few top sects of the Southern Heaven Territory. Although Huang Jialong was frustrated, he knew what was done could not be undone. He could only accept reality. Nevertheless, he was determined to join the profound nether mansion no matter what. He knew with Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability, it would be easy for him to join the profound nether mansion. However, it would be difficult for him to join the profound nether mansion. There were many people with high innate talent and comprehension ability in the 3 sects and 2 clans. However, very few of them would be able to join the profound nether mansion. Be nice to my sister Huang. Otherwise I won't let you go. Duan Lingtian heard Ling Jueyun's threatening voice transmission when he saw Ling Jueyun looking at him. That depends on whether she's obedient or not, Duan Lingtian said mockingly through voice transmission. In the next moment, he saw Ling Jueyun's eyes burning with anger. It was as though he could not wait to fight Duan Lingtian. I don't think we'll have a chance to fight now. Why don't we fight when we're in the profound nether mansion? Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. Previously, he had learned from the Chaos Divine Earth that Ling Jueyun did not compete with him for the best stone platform to comprehend the law of time in the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, despite his extraordinary strength. Naturally, Ling Jueyun did not compete with him because he was afraid Duan Lingtian would seek revenge on Huang. After learning about Ling Jueyun's strength from the Chaos Divine Earth, Duan Lingtian was eager to have a fight with Ling Jueyun. He wanted to see if Ling Jueyun's 2 profundities from the Law of Death was more powerful than his 1 profundity from the Law of Earth and the Chaos Divine Earth's help. I'll fight you to the end, Ling Jueyun replied with a hint of battle intent in his voice. In just a blink of an eye, an hour had passed. At this moment, Bihai Mingfeng Zhang Guangzheng, Heng Chan, Zhang Sunxiongqi, and Gong Yangyu, the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans, left the central area of the scaling cloud lake with their people. During this process, the 5 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans said goodbye to each other before taking their leave. The Simplicity Celestial Sect was located in a different direction from the other 2 sects and 2 clans. For this reason, Zhang Guangzheng led Duan Lingtian and the others in a different direction. Chapter 3036. Naturally, the people who were looking at Duan Lingtian with jealousy were not the people from the Simplicity Celestial Sect who had followed Zhang Guangzheng here. Instead, they were the peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestials who had chosen to join the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Many of these peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestials were confident in their strength. They were certain Duan Lingtian was only able to rank second because of Duan Lingtian's luck. If they were as lucky as Duan Lingtian, they might even be able to rank second. Duan Lingtian is definitely not as strong as me. However, he's able to walk side by side with Vice Sect Leader Zhang. Moreover, Vice Sect Leader Zhang is also respectful to him. A gray-clothed old man in the crowd looked at Duan Lingtian's figure, and flames of jealousy burned in his eyes. He was a peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire. He was considered one of the strongest among those who had entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In this time's rankings, he was ranked 9th. Apart from Duan Lingtian, he was the only other person in the top 10 who had chosen to join the Simplicity Celestial Sect. He had chosen to join the Simplicity Celestial Sect because the sect had the most king-grade, fire-type, celestial methods, and divine abilities among the 3 sects and 2 clans. If he joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he would have a chance to obtain king-grade, fire-type, celestial methods, and divine abilities, and comprehend profundities from the law of fire. He had never thought of joining the profound Nether Mansion. After all, Duan Lingtian was no longer young. The profound Nether Mansion only recruited those below the age of 300 who had high innate talent and high comprehension ability in the 3 sects and 2 clans. Therefore, he had only planned to join the Simplicity Celestial Sect and earn a place in the sect. Then he would try to obtain the king-grade, fire-type, celestial methods and divine abilities. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian, who was not even 100 years old, standing next to Vice Sect Leader Zhang Guangzheng, while he could only follow behind Zhang Guangzheng, the Vice Sect Leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he was infuriated. Fortunately, the gray-clad old man had forgotten about what had happened in the Time Canyon in the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Otherwise, he would not have dared to provoke Duan Lingtian. After all, he'd witnessed Duan Lingtian instantly kill Li Yuan, who'd comprehended 2 profundities of the law of fire, just like him. Although Li Yuan had comprehended 2 profundities of the law of fire like him, the second profundity Li Yuan had comprehended was stronger than the second profundity he had comprehended. Therefore, his strength was inferior to Li Yuan's. At that time, when he saw Li Yuan being instantly killed by Duan Lingtian, even though he was envious that Duan Lingtian occupied the highest stone platform in the Time Canyon, he didn't dare to fight for it. However, after leaving the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he no longer remembered these things. For this reason, he assumed Duan Lingtian was only ranked second on the scoreboard due to luck. Naturally, the gray-clad old man was not the only one who was jealous of Duan Lingtian. There were also some people who were ranked at the top of the scoreboard who had comprehended the fundamental profundity of a law. Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old, but he's ranked second on the scoreboard. In my opinion, it's purely because of luck. I think so too. It's already rare for a brat who's not even 100 years old to become a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial, let alone comprehending the fundamental profundity of a law. Humph. I can't believe he's being treated this way just because he's lucky. Moreover, based on his ranking, I'm sure he'll be rewarded handsomely. The peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials who were relatively strong whispered among themselves as they stared at Duan Lingtian's back. It was as though they thought Duan Lingtian had relied on luck to rank second on the scoreboard. Naturally, there were exceptions. For example, Xue Jingyu. Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, had comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, he did not underestimate him at all. After all, before entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he had fought with Duan Lingtian once. Therefore, he knew how terrifying Duan Lingtian was. These idiots probably don't know that Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth, even though he's not even 100 years old, right? At this moment, Xue Jingyu felt a strong sense of superiority when he heard the whispers of a group of people around him whose strength was comparable to his. Duan Lingtian, are you really a sectless cultivator? Originally, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Guangzheng were just chatting idly when Zhang Guangzheng suddenly asked such a question. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Zhang Guangzheng's question. In the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian did not belong to a powerful sect. Naturally, he was considered a sectless cultivator. Even if someone from a small sect in the borderlands came to the central area, as long as they did not join a powerful sect, they would still be considered as a sectless cultivator. It's rare for a sectless cultivator to reach your current level at such a young age. However, from today onward, you're no longer a sectless cultivator. You're a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Although Zhang Guangxing found it hard to believe Duan Lingtian was a sectless cultivator, he did not say anything since Duan Lingtian had said so. True disciple? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. What's a true disciple? A true disciple is the title of the most outstanding disciple in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. There are only 10 true disciples in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. 10 years ago, one of our Simplicity Celestial Sect's true disciples died. Since then, we've been looking for someone to fill the spot. Since you've chosen to join the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the sect leader decided to give you the position. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could not help but ask, what's the difference between a true disciple in the Simplicity Celestial Sect and a core disciple in the Coupling Celestial Sect? Of course, there's a difference. Zhang Guangxing replied. The Simplicity Celestial Sect only has 10 true disciples. However, the Coupling Celestial Sect only has around 100 core disciples. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless again. He felt Bihai Mingfeng, the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, was too petty. Previously, Bihai Mingfeng had promised Duan Lingtian that as long as he joined the Coupling Celestial Sect, he would be able to enjoy the benefits of a core disciple. However, there were more than 100 core disciples in the Coupling Celestial Sect. Even if they were treated well, how good could their treatment be? Since there are so few true disciples, they must have special privileges in the Simplicity Celestial Sect, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course. Zhang Guangxing nodded. True disciples can comprehend all the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Naturally, there are many other benefits as well. You can learn more about them when you join the sect. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then the benefits you promised as a direct disciple of the sect leader. Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered Zhang Guangxing's promise. In fact, since you've become a true disciple, you'll be treated the same as a direct disciple of the sect leader. Initially, I didn't expect you to become a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. It was only after you chose to join the Simplicity Celestial Sect that the sect leader sent me a message. Duan Lingtian nodded. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. There were 81 Devata realms in total. Every Devata realm had a sacred place called the Heavenly Palace. It was the cultivation place of the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. The Heavenly Palace represented the forces under the control of the Heavenly Emperor. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, ever since Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, fled to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, many 10 directions celestial emperors fought for the position of the Heavenly Emperor. In the end, a 10 direction celestial emperor named Anai Yang took over the position of Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and became the new Heavenly Emperor. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. A figure appeared out of thin air in the dark sky. Qin Xiaobo. As soon as the figure appeared, an indifferent voice rang in the air. It was as though a devil's voice had reverberated throughout the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Who's that? Who's so bold to address the Lord Heavenly Emperor by his name? Is he trying to rebel? When the indifferent voice echoed throughout the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, everyone who heard it was shocked. Qin Xiaobo was the name of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and I Yang celestial emperor. Although they knew it was the name of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, no one dared to address him by his name, since it would be disrespectful to him. Who's that? How dare you address the Lord Heavenly Emperor by his name? A few moments later, a tall and burly figure rose into the air from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the source of the voice. It's me, the white-clothed youth who had a medium build and a handsome appearance, glanced at the newcomer indifferently. You, the tall and burly figure, was a large man with a curly beard. However, when he saw the white-clothed young man, his eyes suddenly shrunk. Shock and disbelief appeared on his face. Lord Heavenly Emperor. The burly man's eyes turned red as tears streamed down his cheeks. It was as though he had turned into a crybaby at this moment. You. The white-clad young man shook his head. He looked at the burly man mockingly and said, Aren't you Qin Xiaobo's master now? It seems like you're going to stand up for Qin Xiaobo. Lord Heavenly Emperor, please don't make fun of me. The reason I haven't left the Heavenly Emperor Palace is because your soul orb is safe and sound. That's why I'm staying here and waiting for your return. The burly man smiled wryly. At the same time, the burly man frowned slightly. Lord Heavenly Emperor, why do I feel like your voice has deepened? This is just my clone from the Law of Earth. The white-clad young man said indifferently. Chapter 3037. It's Lord Meng Luo. Humph. Even Lord Meng Luo was alerted. That person is definitely going to die if he doesn't call the Heavenly Emperor by his name. I think that since the other party dares to call the Lord Heavenly Emperor by his name, he shouldn't be too weak. Many people in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven recognized the owner of the voice immediately when they heard the words, Who dares to address the Heavenly Emperor by his name? Meng Luo was a 9 palaces celestial emperor. He was also a titled celestial emperor with the title of Heavenly Python. Meng Luo, the Heavenly Python celestial emperor, had followed Feng Qingyang, the burning heaven celestial emperor, into the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He was also the right-hand man of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. When Feng Qingyang was hunted down and killed in the Azura Hell, Meng Luo chose to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It could be said that Meng Luo, the Heavenly Python celestial emperor, was second only to the Heavenly Emperor in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Just as many people were about to soar into the air to watch the show, Yi Zichen's voice rang out. Meng Luo's thunderous voice rang in the air again, shocking everyone in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Qin Xiaobo, our Lord Heavenly Emperor has returned. Why aren't you coming out to welcome him? The eyes of many grand elders in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven lit up when they heard Meng Luo's words. Our Lord Heavenly Emperor is back? Haha, I knew it. Even if our Lord Heavenly Emperor went to the Azura Hell, he would still be able to return. However, Chen Xiaobo is not to be underestimated. Moreover, I heard he has recently made a breakthrough. He's not any weaker than our Lord Heavenly Emperor. Humph. Do you think our Lord Heavenly Emperor will remain stagnant after returning from the Azura Hell? Let's go. Let's welcome our Lord Heavenly Emperor. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, a group of grand elders rose into the air and flew toward the two figures in the distance. Lord Heavenly Emperor. When they saw the white figure, the grand elders of the Heavenly Emperor Palace bowed. The white-clad young man was none other than Feng Qingyang, the former master of the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Yes, Feng Qingyang nodded slightly when he saw the group of people. However, he quickly shifted his gaze to the east of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. There a tall figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man wearing a silver robe. His face was like jade, and he exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Feng Qingyang, I didn't think that you would be able to leave the Azura Hell alive. What a surprise! The silver-robed, middle-aged man walked through the air from afar. With every step he took, the space around him shook violently. He was like an emissary who controlled space. Wherever he went, space trembled. Qin Qiubua. Feng Qingyang glanced at the middle-aged man. Based on his words, it was clear that the middle-aged man was Chen Qiubo, the current Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. You've been managing the Heavenly Emperor Palace for me for the past few years. It's been hard on you. From today onwards, I won't bother you anymore. Feng Qingyang's voice was indifferent, but it contained an unquestionable tone. Feng Qingyang, we'll have to see if you have what it takes to reclaim the position of Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Chen Qiubo did not expect Feng Qingyang would be so direct. His eyes flashed coldly when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. If I remember correctly, you're just a defeated opponent. Feng Qingyang said indifferently. Humph, that was in the past. Chen Qiubo scoffed when he heard Feng Qingyang mentioning the past. I'm not the same as I was in the past. I wonder if you've improved? The moment he finished speaking, a crescent-shaped, 3-foot-long sharp blade appeared in Chen Qiubo's hand. It emitted waves of fierce aura. You're the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, but you don't even have a Devata artifact. Feng Qingyang looked at the 3-foot-long blade in Chen Qiubo's hand indifferently. He smiled faintly as though he was mocking Chen Qiubo's shabby appearance. Feng Qingyang, stop trying to be mysterious. Don't think I don't know that the soul of your Devata artifact, solitary annihilation flaming heavenly sword, has been destroyed when you were pursued that day. In terms of strength, the current solitary annihilation flaming heavenly sword is at most on par with my celestial artifact. Chen Qiubo sneered. Guangling, upon hearing Chen Qiubo's words, Feng Qingyang recalled how the soul of his solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword had died for him. He clenched his fists tightly as he made a promise to Guangling. Guangling, when the divine offering land reopens, I'll kill that person and avenge you. Guangling was the soul of his solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword. Are we going to fight to the death? To the death? Feng Qingyang asked. If we fight to the death, it'll be too restrictive. Naturally, we'll fight to the death, Chen Qiubo said. All right, let's fight to the death then. Feng Qingyang nodded. As soon as Feng Qingyang nodded, his body flashed and transformed into a khaki-colored energy that was surrounded by energy swords. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the next moment, the khaki-colored energy that Feng Qingyang had transformed into split into countless energy swords that swept in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, A gigantic cage that seemed capable of trapping heaven and earth appeared above the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and enveloped Qin Xiu Bo. Boom! Rumble! A series of explosions rang in the air as the wind and clouds shook violently. The space above the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven shook violently as though it would shatter at any moment. In the blink of an eye, the cage that seemed to be able to imprison the world rapidly shrank, enveloping only Qin Qiubo within. This is when Feng Qingyang transformed into a khaki-colored energy. Qin Qiubo's expression changed drastically. Now, as the cage shrunk and enveloped him, a powerful gravitational force descended upon him, and it pressed down on him to the point he couldn't even circulate the celestial origin energy in his body. Feng Qingyang, you've become a god. Qin Qiubo spoke once more, and his voice was filled with terror and despair. Becoming a god. This was the step that the 10 celestial emperors wanted to take the most, but it was also the most difficult to take. It was harder than ascending to the heavens, becoming a god. Lord Heavenly Emperor has become a god? This. It seems like not only did Lord Heavenly Emperor not die during the previous calamity, but it even gave him a fortuitous encounter. At this moment, the eyes of the eminent elders from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven lit up. I was wondering why Lord Heavenly Emperor suddenly transformed into the energy of the law of earth. As it turns out, it's just a clone from the law of earth. I've long heard that after one becomes a god, one would be able to form a clone of the law as long as one comprehends all the profundities of a law. As it turns out, Lord Heavenly Emperor only sent a clone back. Just a clone is enough to crush a titled celestial emperor like Qin Qiubo. Is this the power of a god? The eminent elders from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven sighed. On the other hand, when Qin Qiubo saw that his celestial origin energy was completely suppressed, and even when he tried to condense his profundities, it was crushed by the gravitational force, he felt despair. Feng Qingyang, Qin Qiubo cried out when he saw the cage was shrinking. I don't want the position of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven anymore. I'll return it to you. You've already become a god. There's no need for you to make life difficult for a mere celestial emperor like me, right? A hint of pleading could be heard in Qin Qiubo's voice. He was truly afraid of Duan Lingtian. Although Feng Qingyang was strong in the past, Qin Qiubo was confident that he could defeat Feng Qingyang with his current strength. However, now that Feng Qingyang had ascended to the level of a celestial being, his strength had increased tremendously. He was no match for Feng Qingyang. In fact, Qin Qiubo did not even have the strength to fight back against Feng Qingyang at this moment. It seems like you're the one who said, "We'll fight to the death," right? Feng Qingyang's voice seemed to come from all directions, but it also sounded like it was coming from the cage. At the same time, not only did the speed of the cage not slow down, it sped up slightly instead, causing Qin Qiubo's eyes to almost split apart from rage. At this moment, not only was his celestial origin energy suppressed, but his body was also being controlled by the cage's gravitational force. Naturally, if it was just the gravitational force, it would not be so terrifying. The most terrifying thing was the sword-shaped energy surrounding the pillars that formed the cage. The energy from the profundities from the law of earth made Qin Qiubo feel suffocated. Feng Qingyang, as long as you spare my life, I'm willing to serve you for the next 1,000 years. No, for the next 10,000 years, I'm willing to serve you as my master. As the cage continued to shrink, Qin Qiubo could clearly feel a strange energy entering his body. At the same time, his vitality began to fade rapidly. He immediately began to beg for mercy. He even said that he was willing to be Feng Qingyang's slave for 10,000 years. Not interested. However, the response that Qin Qiubo was waiting for was an indifferent and deep word that suddenly appeared in the void. No, Chen Qiubo's eyes widened as he cried out in grief. And this was also the last voice he left in this world. Bang! Accompanied by a soft sound before the cage could close completely, Chen Qiubo's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. When the blood mist came into contact with the cage, it was immediately annihilated into void space, leaving nothing behind. Chen Qiubo, a titled celestial emperor, had died just like that. After Chen Qiubo's death, the cage turned back into an earthy yellow energy. Finally, the earthy yellow energy condensed and turned back into Feng Qingyang. Before I fought him, I had already sealed off the sound in this area. Feng Qingyang glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, "I don't want anyone to know about my breakthrough. If I find out anyone is spreading the news." Chapter 3038. Lord Heavenly Emperor, we will definitely not spread this news. The Heavenly Savage, Celestial Emperor Meng Luo, and the other eminent elders from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven lowered their heads when they saw the killing intent in Feng Qingyang's eyes. At the same time, when they thought of the scenes they had just witnessed, their hearts trembled. After becoming a god, their heavenly emperor had killed Chen Qiubo, a 10-direction celestial emperor, with just a clone of the law of earth. Chen Qiubo was a famous 10 directions celestial emperor in the solitary destructive heaven. He was one of the strongest 10 directions celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven, and, if they remembered correctly, their lord celestial emperor didn't seem to be most proficient in the law of earth, but the law of destruction, right? News of the battle in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven spread like wildfire. Feng Qingyang, the heaven-burning celestial emperor, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had returned from the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. He had killed Chen Qiubo, the Enai celestial emperor, and reclaimed his position as the heavenly emperor. As soon as the news spread, it caused a huge commotion among the celestial lords and celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven. At the same time as time passed, more and more people found out about this matter. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang returned with a strong momentum and killed immortal Emperor Enai, Chen Qiubo. It seems like his entering the Azura Hell was a blessing in disguise, and his strength increased by a step. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill Chen Qiubo. In the past, Chen Qiubo was far weaker than Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. But now he's no weaker than Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang when he didn't have a myriad heavens divine artifact to rely on. Even so, he was still killed. It's clear that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's strength has increased much more than his. You have to know that the current Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang does not have a myriad heaven divine artifact to rely on. The current Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, in terms of strength, is probably in the top 10 of the Heavenly Emperor ranking. The news of Feng Qingyang killing Chen Qiubo had shocked many celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven. Some even felt that Feng Qingyang's current strength was enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the Heavenly Emperor ranking. The Heavenly Emperor ranking of the Devata realms was a list that recorded the strength of the Heavenly Emperors in the Devata realms. There were 81 Heavenly Emperors from 81 Devata realms on the list. Feng Qingyang was only ranked 18th on the Heaven's Monarch ranking because he had a Heaven's God weapon. If he didn't have a myriad Heaven's divine artifact, his ranking wouldn't be so high. Moreover, the Devata artifact in his hand was considered one of the more powerful Devata realms. In fact, it was known as the #1 Devata realm divine sword. The reason Feng Qingyang was able to defeat the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was because he had received the solitary destructive flaming heaven's sword's acknowledgement and help. Feng Qingyang did not go to the title temple to obtain a title. However, according to the title temple's rules, there was another way to obtain a title. The other way was to defeat or kill a Heavenly Emperor in a Devata realm and become the new Heavenly Emperor of that Devata realm. In that case, the title temple would bestow a title on him. This was how Feng Qingyang obtained his title. Feng Qingyang did not give himself the title of Burning Heaven. Instead, it was given to him by the title Temple. It was derived from the word burning heaven and his solitary, destructive, flaming heavenly sword. The heavenly emperors in the solitary, destructive heaven were unaware that Feng Qingyang had become a god. Otherwise, they would not have thought that Feng Qingyang's strength was enough to rank in the top 10 of the heavenly emperor ranking. After all, there was only one heavenly emperor on the heavenly emperor ranking who had become a god. Even the heavenly emperors who were ranked second and third were only demigods. Because of Feng Qingyang's deliberate concealment, other than his trusted subordinates, no one knew that he had become a god. As for why he wanted to hide the fact that he had become a god, only he knew. Your Majesty, did you hide the fact that you've ascended to godhood because of the title Temple? In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Mang Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, asked the white-clad young man who was sitting in front of the wooden table as he stood in front of the wooden hut. Mang Luo, there are some things that you should keep to yourself. There's no need to say it out loud. The white-clad young man, Feng Qingyang, who had reclaimed his position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, raised his head slightly and glanced at Mang Luo indifferently. Yes. When Mang Luo heard this, he immediately shut his mouth. When he spoke again, he changed the topic. Your Majesty, how did you come out of the Azura Hell? The Azura Hell was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Moreover, it was one of the more dangerous, deadliest places. According to some people's speculations, among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, only the top 3 heavenly emperors on the heavenly ranking and earth ranking were capable of coming out of the Azura Hell alive. Among the 3 heavenly emperors, one of them had already become a god, and the other 2 were demigods who were close to becoming a god. I didn't come out of the Azura Hell alive. Feng Qingyang said calmly, my main body is still trapped in the Azura Hell. Only my clones from the law of earth and the law of destruction have managed to come out of the Azura Hell alive. Even so, I'm still considered lucky. Otherwise, I would have died in there. When Feng Qingyang reached the end of his sentence, Mang Luo could clearly sense the fear in his voice, even though he had deliberately tried to calm down. Moreover, Mang Luo knew the Azura Hell was so dangerous that even a god might die in there. Otherwise, how could Mang Luo, the heavenly emperor, who had already ascended to godhood, allow his main body to be trapped in there? The Azura Hell is so terrifying. Mang Luo was shocked. It's much more terrifying than you can imagine. Feng Qingyang's tone remained calm, but his hands were clenched into fists, and his palms were sweating profusely. Lord Heavenly Emperor, where's your clones from the law of destruction? Mang Luo asked. He remembered Mang Luo had comprehended all the profundities from the law of destruction before he comprehended all the profundities from the law of earth. Therefore, he must have condensed his clones from the law of destruction after he ascended to godhood. He went to take care of something else. Feng Qingyang replied, in the spirit overarching heaven, in the profound Nether Mansions territory in the Southern Heaven territory, as one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansions territory, the Simplicity Celestial sect had a close relationship with the profound Nether Mansion. The Simplicity Celestial sect's estate was located at the center of these mediocre celestial crystal veins. A huge spirit gathering formation gathered the heaven and earth spirit energy from more than 10 mediocre celestial crystal veins into the sect's estate. Under such circumstances, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Simplicity Celestial sect was much denser than in the outside world. Naturally, not every place in the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate had the same density of heaven and earth spirit energy. In some places, the density of heaven and earth spirit energy was at least 5 times denser than other places. Lord Vice Sect Leader, Duan Lingtian followed Zhang Guangzheng, the vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, into the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Along the way, the patrolling disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect greeted Zhang Guangzheng respectfully. At the same time, many people looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. They were curious about the identity of the young man following Zhang Guangzheng. What kind of status did the vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect have to treat him with such respect? Moreover, the vice sect leader had even allowed him to walk beside him. Senior uncle. At this moment, a voice rang from afar. Following that, a young man dressed in green flew over from afar. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. After arriving in front of Duan Lingtian and the others, the young man bowed respectfully at Zhang Guangzheng. Hong Yi, your master already knows we're back? Zhang Guangzheng asked with a smile. That's right, the young man nodded. Master asked me to invite senior uncle and little brother Duan Lingtian to meet him. As for the others, I'll make arrangements for them. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Zhang Guangzheng, and asked, I presume this must be little brother Duan Lingtian. As soon as the young man appeared, Duan Lingtian had noticed the young man looking at him out of the corner of his eyes. A hint of jealousy could be seen in the young man's eyes. Now that the young man was looking at Duan Lingtian, the jealousy in his eyes had turned into hatred. Who is this person? This is my first time meeting him, and he hates me so much? Jealousy? What's there to be jealous of? Jealousy? What's there to be jealous of? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. However, in the face of this person's insincere greeting, he still nodded slightly as a polite response. Duan Lingtian, his name is Zheng Hong Yi. He's the third disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Let's go and meet the sect leader first. Zhang Guangzheng glanced at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile on his face. Then he looked at Zheng Hong Yi and said, Hong Yi, I'll leave the others to you. Yes, senior uncle. When Zheng Hong Yi shifted his gaze back to Zhang Guangzheng, the jealousy in his eyes vanished without a trace. Brother Duan Lingtian, you're the first person in the history of the Simplicity Celestial Sect to be appointed as a true disciple before you even joined the sect. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave with Zhang Guangzheng, Zheng Hong Yi's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. When Zheng Hong Yi mentioned being a true disciple, Duan Lingtian could vaguely hear Zheng Hong Yi gnashing his teeth in anger. A true disciple! Upon hearing Zheng Hong Yi's words, not only were the patrolling disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect shocked, but even the disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect who were following Zhang Guangzheng to the Scaling Cloud Lake and those who were about to enter the Simplicity Celestial Sect were shocked. Does this mean Duan Lingtian has been appointed as a true disciple before he even joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect? A true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect is treated extremely well. Even among the direct disciples of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, there are only 2 true disciples, right? Chapter 3039. Although Zheng Hong Yi is the third disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he doesn't seem to be a true disciple. No wonder he sounded jealous. He's jealous of Duan Lingtian. Even I'm jealous of Duan Lingtian. Although the peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials present on the scene had not joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect, they knew what it meant to be a true disciple in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. The sect leader actually gave the 10th position to a brat who hasn't even joined the sect? Meanwhile, the disciples from the Simplicity Celestial Sect who were patrolling the area looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. Who's this brat? He hasn't even joined the sect, but the sect leader has already given him the position of a true disciple. Moreover, the vice sect leader seems to be very polite to him. It seems like the people the vice sect leader brought back this time are those who survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and chose to join the Simplicity Celestial sect, right? Is this brat someone who survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as well? Since the vice sect leader treats him so well, it seems like he's ranked very high on the scoreboard. Ranked high? He's not even 100 years old. How high can his ranking be? Not even 100 years old. He's really not even 100 years old. A peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial, who's not even 100 years old has comprehended one profundity. However, such a person shouldn't be worthy of the vice sect leader's treatment, right? Such a person shouldn't be worthy of the sect leader, giving him the position of a true disciple in the Simplicity Celestial sect. The patrolling disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect whispered among themselves. They were curious as to why the sect leader and vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect treated the purple-clad young man so well. Although Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old, he's ranked second in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As the vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Zhang Guangjing's ears were sharp. It was not difficult for him to eavesdrop on the conversations of the patrolling disciples. Apart from that, not only is he a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but he has also comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. Zhang Guangjing continued. After he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, ignore them. Follow me to see the sect leader." "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. Before he left, he glanced at Zheng Hongyi, then withdrew his gaze. Now he finally knew why Zheng Hongyi looked at him with such a gaze. It turned out that it was because he had been designated as a successor disciple. As for Zheng Hongyi, he was not a true disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. As the direct disciple of the current sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Zheng Hongyi must have been eyeing the position of a true disciple since a long time ago. Now that the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect gave it to me, he must be displeased. It wasn't hard for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. After Duan Lingtian left with Zhang Guangjing told him the reason Zheng Hongyi had targeted him. It was just as he had guessed. If he didn't show up, Zheng Hongyi would have had a high chance of obtaining the position of a true disciple. Zhang Guangjing said. After Duan Lingtian and Zhang Guangjing left, apart from Zheng Hongyi and Xue Jingyu, who were aware of Duan Lingtian's strength, the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials and the patrolling disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect were shocked by Zhang Guangjing's words. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's not even 100 years old has comprehended two profundities from the law of earth? How's this possible? It's still possible for him to be ranked second in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, he's not even 100 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and has comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. This isn't something an ordinary person can achieve. It's not just an ordinary person. Even the monstrous geniuses in the history of the Simplicity Celestial sect aren't able to achieve this. I didn't expect the purple-clad young man to be so monstrous. It's no wonder the sect leader and the vice sect leader treated him that way. No wonder the sect leader gave him the position of a true disciple. As it turns out, his innate talent and comprehension ability are monstrous. Previously, not only the patrolling disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect, but even the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had followed Zhang Guangjing back were unaware of Duan Lingtian's true strength. Did Duan Lingtian really comprehend two profundities from the law of earth? Many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were skeptical. There's no doubt about it. Before the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, I personally witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi nation. Duan Lingtian was defeated by Duan Lingtian, a middle-aged peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a middle-aged man said as he looked at Xue Jingyu who was standing nearby. Xue Jing, you happen to be here as well. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Xue Jingyu. Xue Jingyu nodded. That's right. Duan Lingtian has indeed comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. Apart from the earth elemental profundity, he has also comprehended a defensive profundity. Even with my full strength, I couldn't break through his defenses. Xue Jingyu said, as the second prince of the southern Qi nation and a genius, many of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials present on the scene were aware of Xue Jingyu's strength. Now that they had heard Xue Jingyu's confirmation, they no longer doubted him. Everyone, come with me. I'll take you to complete the procedures to enter the sect, and then arrange a place for you to stay. Zhang Hong Yi said to Xue Jingyu and the others after he saw Duan Lingtian and Zhang Guangzheng's silhouettes disappear from his sight. He took a deep breath and suppressed the resentment in his heart. While leading Xue Jingyu and the others to go through the procedures to enter the sect, Zhang Hong Yi's eyes flashed coldly. He's just a peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial. Even if he dies in an accident, no one will suspect me. In his heart, he had already sentenced the purple-clad young man whom he had only met once to death. After all, the purple-clad young man had snatched his spot as a true disciple. Although he might not have been able to obtain the spot, even if the purple-clad young man did not show up, at least he still had a chance. However, now that the purple-clad young man had appeared, he no longer had any hope of obtaining the spot. The sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect had one of the best cultivation places in the sect. The heaven and earth spirit energy here was at least 5 times denser than the outside world. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to notice this as soon as he entered. The sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's cultivation place was located in a small valley. The valley was surrounded by lush greenery. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. It was like a paradise. Sect leader Zhang Guangzheng brought Duan Lingtian to the valley. He looked at the wooden house in the middle of the valley and bowed slightly. Senior brother Zhang, how many times have I told you? There's no need for formalities between us. Just call me by my name like before. If it weren't for you, senior brother Zhang, I would have died long ago, and I wouldn't be alive today. After Zhang Guangzheng bowed, Duan Lingtian saw a figure appearing in the air above the wooden house. It was a middle-aged man with a medium build who was dressed in a shabby robe. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were unusually bright. He had a sharp aura about him. He's the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Since the middle-aged man had appeared here at this time, there was no doubt he was the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Formalities mustn't be forgotten. Zhang Guangzheng looked at the middle-aged man and said. The middle-aged man smiled helplessly. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Zhang Guangzheng, and said with a smile, You must be Duan Lingtian, right? I'm the current sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Sun Liangpeng. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes slightly curved, and the smile on his face gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian greeted the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect when he heard the introduction. Senior brother Zhang has informed me of your situation through a communication celestial talisman. Sun Liangpeng looked at Duan Lingtian and said, However, I still want to test your strength. You won't mind, right? Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Sun Liangpeng added, Naturally, I'll suppress my celestial origin energy to the level of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. At the same time, I'll only cast 2 profundities of the same law. Of course, I don't mind. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Sun Liangpeng's request. After all, the Simplicity Celestial sect had promised him many things. Great! Sun Liangpeng's eyes lit up. Then he stood on his tiptoes and flew up like a swallow. In just a blink of an eye, he was 1,000 meters in the air. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he rose into the air as well. Chaos Divine Earth! At the same time, Duan Lingtian called out to the Chaos Divine Earth. The sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect isn't an ordinary person. When you're helping me defend, try to give him the impression that I've comprehended a defensive profundity from the law of Earth. Don't worry about it. The Chaos Divine Earth replied in its childish voice. Clearly, it was not worried Sun Liangpeng would see through its disguise. I heard you're proficient in a defensive profundity from the law of Earth. I'll use my celestial origin energy as a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial, 2 profundities from the law of metal, and some Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities to attack you. Sun Liangpeng and Duan Lingtian stood facing each other. Soon enough, a strange-looking sword appeared in Sun Liangpeng's hand. The reason why this sword was strange was because it was not only 4 feet long, but also covered with all kinds of strange water chestnuts. Each water chestnut was shining with a sharp light. This is a king-grade celestial sword that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. It's also my personal weapon. Since you're ranked 2nd in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I'm sure you have a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord, right? Chapter 3040. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian had obtained 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. Yes. Sun Liangpeng nodded. Then he raised his hand, and the sword in his hand trembled before it formed a dazzling snowflake in the air. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light shone from the snowflake as faint ripples appeared in the air. It was obvious Sun Liangpeng had used some other technique to create the snowflake. Apart from the law of metal's fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity, I've also infused the law of metal's slicing profundity into my sword. The slicing profundity is one of the 2 most powerful offensive profundities from the law of metal. It's as famous as the piercing profundity. Sun Liangpeng's sword continued to transform as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Almost at the same time when Sun Liangpeng's words left his mouth, the sword in his hand trembled. The sword flower that was drawn up instantly merged into one and finally transformed into a sword ray that shot out toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! The sword ray shot out like a raging dragon. When the sword light was halfway through its flight, it began to compress and condense at an extremely fast speed. In the end, it turned into a long golden thread. As the golden thread passed through the air, a sharp buzzing sound rang in the air as though it would be sliced apart at any moment. What a powerful sword! So this is one of the 2 most powerful offensive profundities from the law of metal. The slicing profundity? Duan Lingtian had learned about the law of metal's profundity from the profound divine metal earlier. He knew the 2 most powerful offensive profundities from the law of metal were the slicing profundity and the piercing profundity. When Sun Liangpeng launched his attack, Duan Lingtian tried to dodge the attack. However, he soon discovered the attack seemed to have locked onto him. There was no way he could dodge it at all. Apart from that, his speed was not as fast as Sun Liangpeng's attack. Swoosh! 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 The golden thread swept through the air, seemingly capable of tearing apart space and everything as they descended upon Duan Lingtian. Since he couldn't avoid it, Duan Lingtian didn't try to avoid it and chose to take it head-on. The silhouette of a black armor appeared on the surface of his body. Then he fused his celestial origin energy with the earth elemental profundity into the armor as well. The Duke-grade celestial method, the immovable king wisdom, the Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern purple chi, and the heaven-grade assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic were all cast. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian went all out to defend himself. At the same time, the chaos divine Earth's energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and merged with the black armor. Immediately, around the black armor phantom, there were clear crystal refraction lights, making the black armor look like it was covered in a layer of crystal. This is the defensive element of the laws of Earth, the crystal wall profound. Sun Liangpeng's eyes lit up. As the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, he was naturally familiar with the characteristics of various profundities. Among the many profundities from the law of Earth, the crystal wall profound was one of the only two profundities that focused on defense. Your assist-type divine ability isn't a Duke-grade divine ability. Your profundity is on par with mine. I'd like to see if you'll be able to block my attack. Sun Liangpeng was filled with anticipation. At the same time, with just a thought in his mind, the golden thread was like a sharp blade that could cut through everything. It swept toward the black armor silhouette that was propped up by Duan Lingtian's body. Boy, use the gravitational space profundity. Otherwise, he'll be able to see through my crystal wall profound. The chaos divine, Earth's childish voice rang out in the air. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he cast the gravitational space profundity. A weak, repulsive force surged out and shrouded the golden threads. In just a blink of an eye, the golden threads encountered resistance. Naturally, this resistance was nothing to the golden threads. After a slight pause, the golden threads continued to fly toward Duan Lingtian. Oh, the gravitational space profundity? Sun Liangpeng's eyes lit up. Although I haven't comprehended it yet, I'm certain I've comprehended it. It's only a matter of time before I comprehend it. How surprising. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial who has comprehended the law of Earth's elemental profundity, the crystal wall profundity, and the gravitational space profundity. It seems like the Simplicity Celestial sect has picked up a treasure this time. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng had completely acknowledged Duan Lingtian. At the same time, with just a thought, the golden thread that streaked across the sky disappeared into thin air. HM? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he saw Sun Liangpeng had stopped attacking. He did not understand what Sun Liangpeng was trying to do. Now that I've witnessed your strength, that's more than enough, Sun Liangpeng said with a smile. At the same time, he glanced at Zhang Guangzheng, who had risen into the air, and said, Senior Brother Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. All right. Zhang Guangzheng understood what Sun Liangpeng was trying to say. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability, Sun Liangpeng planned to personally welcome Duan Lingtian into the sect, so that Duan Lingtian would feel a sense of belonging to the Simplicity Celestial sect. After all, there was nothing better than being personally welcomed by the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Therefore, after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, Zhang Guangzheng tactfully left. Duan Lingtian, I'll bring you to the Simplicity Celestial sect's treasure vault. Initially, I agreed to let you choose 2 items from the vault. However, I feel a sense of familiarity when I see you. For this reason, I'll give you 3 items from the vault. After Zhang Guangzheng left, Sun Liangpeng said to Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face, Sun Liangpeng, what a brilliant way to win people's hearts. Duan Lingtian could tell Sun Liangpeng was trying to win people's hearts. In other words, Sun Liangpeng was trying to do him a favor. Sect leader, if I find 3 items that I like in the vault, I'll definitely repay your favor. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. The meaning behind his words was clear. After choosing 2 items from the Simplicity Celestial sect's treasure vault, if there was a 3rd item that caught his fancy, he would ask Sun Liangpeng for it. If he did not find anything that he liked, he would not ask for Sun Liangpeng's favor. As you wish. The smile on Sun Liangpeng's face remained unchanged, but his heart was in turmoil. Duan Lingtian might be young, but he's not someone to be trifled with. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to remain as calm as him in the face of such temptation. Unless someone like him dies prematurely, once he matures, he'll definitely become a terrifying figure. In the future, let alone the profound nether mansion, even the southern heaven territory won't be able to hold him. With this thought in mind, Sun Liangpeng no longer dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian, just because of his young age and weak strength. The Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault was protected by layers of formations. It was said that even ordinary celestial lords would not be able to break through the formations. For this reason, there was no one guarding the treasure vault of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. After all, there was no need for it. Duan Lingtian, don't think it's easy for me to bring you in. If I didn't bring you in, even ordinary celestial lords wouldn't be able to force their way in. Sun Liangpeng said to Duan Lingtian as they walked through a series of complicated underground passages before they finally arrived at an altar. Duan Lingtian nodded. Along the way, Duan Lingtian could see Sun Liangpeng's solemn expression as he activated and deactivated the formations, one after another. He could tell that the formations in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault were not something ordinary formations could compare to. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the altar. It was not big, and a human-shaped statue could be seen on top of it. The human-shaped statue was of a Taoist priest. He held a 3-foot-long sword in his hand and pointed it at the sky. Although it was just a statue, it exuded a domineering aura. This statue belongs to the founding ancestor of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Han Feiyu. Sun Liangpeng bowed 3 times at the statue before he said to Duan Lingtian. Following that, under Duan Lingtian's watchful eyes, Sun Liangpeng raised his hands and made a series of complicated hand signs. He did this for 15 minutes. Finally, a pattern formed by his celestial origin energy that had merged with the law of metal's fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity, gradually appeared in front of him. It shone with a dazzling golden light. When the golden light finally shone, it seemed as though the pattern had come to life. Then, it flew toward the statue on top of the altar. After the pattern emitted golden light and shot into the statue's eyes suddenly lit up and shot out 2 rays of golden light. Meanwhile, whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the sword whistled through the air, streaks of golden light shot out from the tip of the 3-foot-long sword in the statue's hand. In the end, they intertwined and fused with the golden light from the statue's eyes. Swoosh, swoosh. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 rays of golden light turned into a huge beam of light that shot toward Duan Lingtian and Sun Liangpeng. Relax and don't resist. Sun Liangpeng reminded Duan Lingtian. As soon as Sun Liangpeng finished speaking, the beam of golden light shrouded Duan Lingtian's body, causing him to feel as though something was tugging at his body. Duan Lingtian, who had initially planned to resist the tug of golden light, immediately dismissed the thought when he heard Sun Liangpeng's words. This is a transportation formation. As the beam of golden light shrouded him, the tug of golden light grew stronger. Duan Lingtian's vision suddenly turned dark, and his feet felt lighter. At this moment, he realized the beam of golden light was the effect of the transportation formation. Chapter 3041. The cave was extremely spacious, but there were no entrances or exits to be seen. This is the treasure vault of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, said, "Although there aren't many treasures in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault, all of them are top-notch. The weakest king-grade celestial weapon here is a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. ordinary king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by a celestial lord aren't qualified to enter our treasure vault. A hint of pride could be heard in Sun Liangpeng's voice when he finished speaking. Is there a royal-grade celestial weapon here? Sun Liangpeng's arrogance vanished when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Sun Liangpeng's lips twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although the Simplicity Celestial Sect had a royal-grade celestial weapon, it was in his possession. Apart from him, no one else knew he had a royal-grade celestial weapon. In the history of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, only the sect leader knew about the existence of a royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, it was only passed down to the next sect leader. The Simplicity Celestial Sect would not use the royal-grade celestial weapon unless it was in a dire situation. After all, the sect might not be able to protect the royal-grade celestial weapon if it was exposed. No. Sun Liangpeng took a deep breath before he said to Duan Lingtian, royal-grade celestial weapons are extremely precious. Even if we had one, we would have handed it over to the profound Nether Mansion a long time ago. With the strength of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, we're not strong enough to protect a royal-grade celestial weapon. After Sun Liangpeng finished speaking, he changed the topic and said, however, although we don't have a royal-grade celestial weapon in our treasure vault, we still have many valuable treasures. Apart from the 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords, the rest of the treasures here aren't any less valuable than purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords. In fact, the moment he appeared in the cave, Duan Lingtian's eyes had already swept through everything in the cave. Among them, 3 of them were purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. Their auras were similar to the defensive king-grade celestial weapon that Duan Lingtian was wearing. Clearly, they had been nurtured by celestial lords. Apart from the 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons, there were hundreds of other items in the cave. There were some small brocade boxes, some dusty immortal talismans, some array discs, and some materials. As for the materials, Duan Lingtian could recognize some of them. They were all very rare materials, but they were not very useful to him right now. In addition, there were nearly 10 items that Duan Lingtian could not identify. Among the 10 items, the one that attracted Duan Lingtian's attention the most was not any of the dazzling treasures, but an ordinary-looking, withered tree branch. Is this some kind of medicinal herb that I don't recognize? Duan Lingtian guessed. Lad, you're in luck. At this moment, the chaos divine, Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. I didn't expect to find a first form clear heavens divine would hear. Clear heavens divine would. Upon hearing the chaos divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. One of the 5 divine elements, the clear heavens divine would? The clear heavens divine would was one of the 5 divine elements. It was as famous as the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, the chaos divine earth, and the world cleansing divine water. Where's the clear heavens divine wood? Duan Lingtian asked the chaos divine earth. Over there. Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's instructions, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the ordinary withered tree branch. This is the clear heavens divine wood? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. He did not expect the withered tree branch that he thought was extremely ordinary was actually one of the 5 divine elements, the clear heavens divine wood. However, it's not surprising if this is the first form of the clear heavens divine wood. After all, I've seen 3 types of profound divine metals in their first form. Most of them are just like stones. Duan Lingtian thought about the first form of the profound divine metal that he had seen more than once. Sect leader, what's this material? Is it an ingredient used to refine celestial pills? Duan Lingtian asked as he pointed at the first form, clear heavens divine wood. Sun Liangpeng nodded. No. Sun Liangpeng nodded. With a wave of his hand, he took the first form, Clear Heavens Divine Wood, and said, "The third sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect obtained this branch by accident. It's a strange relic. It's suspected to contain the law of wood's twining profundity." Celestial origin energy surged out of Sun Liangpeng's hand as he fused it with the Clear Heavens Divine Wood. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian saw the Clear Heavens Divine Wood that looked like a dried tree branch, extended thin branches one after another. In just a blink of an eye, they wrapped around Sun Liangpeng's hand that was holding the Clear Heavens Divine Wood. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng's hand seemed to have become one with the tree branch. "When I withdraw my celestial origin energy, the branch will return to its original state." As Sun Liangpeng withdrew his celestial origin energy, the withered branch returned to its original state. It was as if nothing had happened to it. It looked extremely ordinary, like a withered branch that could be seen everywhere under an ordinary tree. However, although this branch seems to contain the law of wood's twining profundity, none of the disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect were able to comprehend the law of wood's twining profundity even after tens of thousands of years had passed. Nobody was able to comprehend the law of wood's twining profundity. Sun Liangpeng continued to explain, "What I meant by improving one's comprehension of the winding profundity is that those who have comprehended the law of wood's winding profundity to the rudimentary stage won't be able to improve their comprehension of the winding profundity to the initial stage." Sun Liangpeng was worried Duan Ling Tian would not understand what it meant to raise one's profundities, so he quickly explained to Duan Ling Tian, "King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities can only help one comprehend a profundity to the rudimentary stage. To improve one's comprehension of a law to the initial stage, one must obtain a royal-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the law of wood's profundity. To improve one's comprehension of a law to the mastery stage, one must obtain an emperor-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the law of wood's profundity." Sun Liangpeng spoke very patiently. "All right," Duan Ling Tian nodded. "However, as of now, I only know that this tree branch can't help someone who has comprehended the twining profound meaning to the minor completion realm. Perhaps it can help someone who has comprehended the twining profound meaning to the minor completion realm to the mastery realm." When Sun Liangpeng reached the end of his sentence, it seemed like he was actively promoting the dried branch in his hand to Duan Ling Tian. "Sect leader, do you believe what you just said?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Sun Liangpeng. Sun Liangpeng smiled awkwardly when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him meaningfully. Of course, he knew that the dried tree branch in his hand couldn't help someone who had comprehended the winding profound to the minor completion realm to the greater completion realm. If the branch could improve one's comprehension of the twining profundity to the initial stage, it would be easy for it to improve one's comprehension of the twining profundity to the initial stage. "I'm just saying, I don't think this thing is very useful. It's fine to keep it, but if you want something useful, you should choose something else." Sun Liangpeng smiled awkwardly as he tried to salvage the situation. At the same time, he put the withered branch back to its original position in a timely manner. Sun Liangpeng thought Duan Ling Tian would not be interested in the branch, but he was shocked when he saw Duan Ling Tian's hand. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian grabbed the withered branch. "You're right, sect leader. Although it's not very useful, it's fine to keep it. Coincidentally, I like to collect strange things. This will be the first treasure I'll choose from the treasure vault," Duan Ling Tian said as he put the withered tree branch into his spatial ring. "Duan Ling Tian!" Sun Liangpeng exclaimed. Sun Liangpeng only regained his senses after Duan Ling Tian put the branch into his spatial ring. He frowned slightly and asked, "Have you made up your mind?" In Sun Liangpeng's opinion, the Simplicity Celestial sect had studied the branch for tens of thousands of years and still could not figure it out. Therefore, he was certain Duan Lingtian would not be able to find anything useful with it. However, in order to win Duan Lingtian's favor, Sun Liangpeng reminded Duan Lingtian, although the branch looks extraordinary, it's not very useful. Don't worry, sect leader. I've thought about it carefully. Since I don't have anything else in mind, I'll choose this branch first. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he began to look at the other treasures in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault. Sun Liangpeng could not help but feel that Duan Lingtian was being willful. Chaos Divine Earth. Are there any other first form 5 divine elements here? For example, the first form world, cleansing divine water. There are 2 bottles here that seem to contain some water. Could it be the world cleansing divine water? Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Earth as he glanced at the 2 translucent bottles that were filled with liquids. Brat, do you really think the 5 divine elements are cabbages? The Chaos Divine Earth said in its childish voice when it heard Duan Lingtian's question. Based on his words, it was clear to Duan Lingtian that the 2 bottles did not contain the world cleansing divine water from the 5 divine elements. Sect leader, what's the liquid in these 2 bottles? Duan Lingtian asked Sun Liangpeng as he pointed at the 2 bottles. Chapter 3042. This bottle of liquid is a rare material required to refine a Soul Defense King grade celestial weapon. As for the other bottle, it's a rare material required by celestial lords to inscribe powerful celestial talismans. Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, explained when he heard Duan Lingtian's question and saw the 2 bottles of liquid. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. It was no wonder the 2 bottles of liquid were in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault. Based on their uses, they were considered rare treasures in the Southern Heaven territory. I don't think I want anything in particular. As time passed, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of the treasures in the Simplicity Celestial Sect as Sun Liangpeng continued to introduce them to him. However, after learning more about it, he discovered that there was nothing that he particularly wanted. Duan Lingtian isn't interested in any of the treasures? Sun Liangpeng was rendered speechless when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at the treasures in the treasure vault with a slight frown on his face. He could tell Duan Lingtian did not look like he was in a dilemma because he wanted more treasures. It was more like Duan Lingtian was not interested in any of the treasures. Sun Liangpeng could not help but feel frustrated. Was Duan Lingtian really a sectless cultivator? Since when did sectless cultivators have such high standards? Since when did they become so picky? Chaos Divine Earth. What do you think I should choose from the remaining treasures? Duan Lingtian asked as he thought about the Chaos Divine Earth. He was at a loss for words. Don't ask me. I don't know what to choose as well. Although the remaining treasures are considered treasures in the Simplicity Celestial Sect, they're nothing to me. The Chaos Divine Earth replied. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian was about to take out an item when another voice rang in his mind. To your right, the red box with the golden rim. Choose that. The voice belonged to an old man. It was not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. In fact, Duan Lingtian could tell the voice belonged to the Chaos Divine Flame. Senior, why you're awake? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. Previously, the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal had gone to great lengths to make the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life acknowledge him as its master. Due to the exhaustion, they had fallen into a deep slumber. Yes, the primal Chaos Divine Flame responded, but its voice was not as vigorous as before, and it was slightly dispirited. Senior, the red box seems to contain a material for refining royal-grade celestial weapons. It's called star sand. Sun Liangpeng's words. Duan Lingtian recalled the fire and the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine of Life were Duan Lingtian. So for Duan Lingtian, Sun, Duan Lingtian, Sun, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian. For a duel, Light star sand to help. The star sand will help for and is and it and Induan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the chaos divine flame's words. Although Huang used to be the soul of a prominent divine sword, it was the soul of another divine sword after all. It would take a long time for it to completely merge with the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Although Duan Lingtian had long accepted this fact, he still hoped that Huang and the 7 orifices exquisite sword would merge as soon as possible. After all, he would have another helper by his side. The artifact soul could exist outside of the artifact, and it could transform into a human, no different from a normal person. How do I use the star sand? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. You don't have to worry about how to use the star sand. Just leave it to me, the chaos divine flame said. Leave it to me, the chaos divine flame said. Upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words, Duan Lingtian immediately decided on the star sand. He reached out and picked up the box containing the star sand. That's a crafting material. Although it can be used to forge royal-grade celestial weapons, you'll need other materials of the same grade to forge a royal-grade celestial weapon. Sun Liang Peng reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian picking up the box. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he looked at the box in his hand and said, Sect Leader, this is the 2nd item I want. With this, Duan Lingtian obtained 2 items from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault. Zhang Guangzheng, the vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, had promised Duan Lingtian that he would join the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Sect leader, we can leave now. Duan Lingtian looked at Sun Liangpeng and said after he put the box containing the star sand away. Initially, Sun Liangpeng thought Duan Lingtian would continue to consider the 3rd item after confirming the 2nd item. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would leave after obtaining the 2nd item. Duan Lingtian, you can take 1 more item. Although Sun Liangpeng was slightly speechless, he still patiently reminded Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, thank you for your kind intentions. However, there's nothing else that suits me. Otherwise, I definitely ask for a favor from you. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. If there was a 3rd item in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault, he would have taken it even if he had to owe the sect leader a favor. However, there was nothing in the treasure vault. Under such circumstances, there was no way he would ask for a favor from the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Although Sun Liangpeng had mentally prepared himself for Duan Lingtian's insistence, he still felt helpless. The treasures in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault that had been passed down for many years were not attractive to a purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old. In the end, Sun Liangpeng could only bring Duan Lingtian out of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault in disappointment. Before they left, Sun Liangpeng activated another transportation formation. When Duan Lingtian's vision lit up again, he discovered he had returned to the altar. A lifelike statue could be seen, standing quietly on the altar. However, the eyes of the statue and the sword in its hand had returned to normal. Let's go. Following that, Sun Liangpeng brought Duan Lingtian back to where they came from. The Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault might not be here. With the help of a transportation formation, it might be 100,000 miles away or even 1 million miles away. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as they made their way back. Although he had been to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault, he had been sent there by a transportation formation. Therefore, he had no idea where the treasure vault was. Even Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, might not know where the treasure vault was. Sect leader, do you know where the treasure vault is? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Sun Liangpeng paused for a moment before he continued to lead the way. Why do you ask? Since we need to use a transportation formation to get to the treasure vault, I'm sure the treasure vault might not be here. The altar and the formations we encountered along the way are only the first barrier, right? Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Sun Liangpeng meaningfully. The most important barrier is the transportation formation. In other words, the most important barrier is the method to open the transportation formation. Duan Lingtian, not only is your natural talent and comprehension ability extraordinary, even your intelligence and wisdom far surpass ordinary people. Sun Liangpeng could not help but sigh when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Naturally, he was indirectly responding to Duan Lingtian, proving that Duan Lingtian was right. Are you really a sectless cultivator? A hint of suspicion could be seen in Sun Liangpeng's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. He could not help but suspect Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability were not something an ordinary sectless cultivator could possess. Apart from that, sectless cultivators were usually inexperienced. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to care about anything in the treasure vault of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Sun Liangpeng could not help but suspect that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not seem to care about the treasures in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault. Now that Duan Lingtian had deduced that the treasure vault of the Simplicity Celestial Sect was not here but somewhere far away, Sun Liangpeng was even more impressed by Duan Lingtian's calmness and wisdom. Was Duan Lingtian really a sectless cultivator? Even the most outstanding young genius groomed by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord in the Southern Heaven Territory would not be as outstanding as Duan Lingtian. In fact, Duan Lingtian might not even be as outstanding as Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, it's true that I'm a sectless cultivator. Moreover, I joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect because of the profound Nether Mansion. It makes no difference to the Simplicity Celestial Sect whether I'm a sectless cultivator or not, right? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. That's true. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, began to waver. Was it possible that Duan Lingtian was really a sectless cultivator? After thinking about it for a while, he recalled Duan Lingtian's words. He felt relieved and no longer thought about it. It was just as Duan Lingtian had said, it made no difference to the Simplicity Celestial Sect whether Duan Lingtian was a sectless cultivator or not. After exiting the complicated underground passageway, the dazzling light that entered Duan Lingtian's eyes made him feel as though he could finally see the light of day again. Duan Lingtian, this is the true disciple token of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. There are only 10 of them in the entire Simplicity Celestial Sect. As soon as Duan Lingtian came out of the passage, Sun Liangpeng's voice rang in his ears. He turned his head and saw that there was a wooden token in Sun Liangpeng's hand. Around this wooden token, there seemed to be faint green threads entwined, like small green snakes. Apart from you, the weakest of the 9 true disciples is a 5-element celestial duke. Naturally, the true disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect aren't ranked based on their cultivation base, but their innate talent. Chapter 3043. The first person in the history of the Simplicity Celestial Sect to become a true disciple of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was just like you. He comprehended 2 profundities from the same law before he was even 100 years old. However, he wasn't as talented as you. He only became an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial when he was slightly over 100 years old. Even so, his battle prowess far surpassed those peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who had yet to comprehend any profundities from a law. A hint of sadness could be seen in Sun Liangpeng's eyes when he mentioned the person in the history of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. What happened to that person in the end? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the person in the history of the Simplicity Celestial Sect who comprehended 2 profundities from the same law before he was even 100 years old would definitely have a bright future ahead of him. After all, Such a person would be considered a peerless genius even in the Southern Heaven Territory, let alone the profound Nether Mansion. In fact, there were only a few such geniuses in the history of the profound Nether Mansion. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the sadness in Sun Liangpeng's eyes, he speculated that the person might have met with a mishap during his growth. After all, the Simplicity Celestial Sect was only a grade 7 sect under the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, it was indirectly under the profound Nether Mansion. If the genius disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect had grown stronger, given enough time, even if the Simplicity Celestial Sect could not become one of the top sects in the Southern Heaven Territory, it would at least become a grade 6 sect on par with the profound Nether Mansion. He had just become a 1 basic celestial duke when he was assassinated. The assassin was a 5 elements celestial king. Moreover, he was a professional assassin. Although the assassin was killed before he could escape from the Simplicity Celestial Sect, there was no way he could save the genius in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Just like that, the Simplicity Celestial Sect lost an opportunity to rise. A bitter smile appeared on Sun Liangpeng's face as he spoke. Who hired the assassin? Did you manage to find out who the culprit was? Duan Lingtian asked. No. Sun Liangpeng shook his head. Then he added, although we don't know who hired the assassin based on the items in his spatial ring, he's not from the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, there's no assassin organization in the profound Nether Mansion's territory that's capable of dispatching a 5 elements celestial king. Although there are assassin organizations in the profound Nether Mansion's territory, due to the suppression of the profound Nether Mansion, they're not large at all. In fact, it's basically impossible for other assassin organizations in grade 6 immortal mansions to dispatch a 5 elements celestial king. Sun Liangpeng's eyes flashed coldly as he continued to say, for this reason, the elders of the Simplicity Celestial Sect are certain someone has left the profound Nether Mansion's territory and hired an assassin to kill our genius disciple. In the grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory, it's impossible for a 5 elements celestial king to appear. However, in the Southern Heaven Territory, there are several assassin organizations that are capable of dispatching such a powerful assassin. The Simplicity Celestial Sect is only a grade 7 sect in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. Even if we wanted to investigate this matter, we wouldn't be able to find any assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. However, we're certain the person who hired the assassin is from the profound Nether Mansion. Sun Liangpeng said the last sentence with absolute certainty. The genius from the Simplicity Celestial Sect is considered a rare genius in the profound Nether Mansion. Even in the Southern Heaven Territory, he's considered a once-in-a-century genius. Once such a genius matures, he'll be able to change the power structure in the profound Nether Mansion. At that time, many people and sects would be affected or even suppressed. Let's not talk about it anymore. It's all in the past. It's just that the Simplicity Celestial Sect is unlucky. Otherwise, such a genius wouldn't have died so early. Sun Liangpeng shook his head and sighed. A 5 elements celestial king. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Sun Liangpeng's words. He instinctively asked, Sect leader, I'm considered a disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect now. Won't someone target me? You don't have to worry about that. Sun Liangpeng was slightly taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he was amused by Duan Lingtian's words. You joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect through the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. No matter how high your innate talent is, you won't be a threat to those people. Only the monstrous geniuses of the Simplicity Celestial Sect who are nurtured from a young age would be able to become a thorn in their side. After all, only the monstrous geniuses of the Simplicity Celestial Sect would be able to help the Simplicity Celestial Sect rise to a higher level. For a genius like you who joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect halfway, even if you're fated to join the Simplicity Celestial Sect and thank us for taking care of you during your time in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. The most they'll do is to help the Simplicity Celestial Sect a little in the future. They won't do anything to help the Simplicity Celestial Sect wholeheartedly. Sun Liangpeng's words were clear to Duan Lingtian. He would not be targeted and assassinated like the former genius of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his heart that was in his throat eased up slightly. Although he had a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that could be used twice, he was not afraid of a 5-elements celestial king. However, if a 5-elements celestial king assassin were to assassinate him, he would not be able to use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon even if he had it with him. At that time, he would definitely die. Now that you've become a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, you'll be able to enjoy the best treatment in the sect. For example, you'll be able to obtain king-grade celestial methods, divine abilities, and the like from the top floor of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. All you have to do is show your true disciple identity token. Apart from that, a true disciple can also. As Sun Liangpeng continued to speak, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of the true disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. He knew this identity was very convenient and had many benefits. In fact, the benefits of being a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect were much better than being a direct disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. For example, Zheng Hongyi, whom Duan Lingtian had met earlier. Although true disciples had a lot of privileges in the Simplicity Celestial Sect, there were still many things that they had to strive for on their own. Vice sect leader Zhang only promised me the benefits of being a direct disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Now that I've become a true disciple, I owe the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect a favor. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at Sun Liangpeng. Duan Lingtian, I'll send someone to register your identity. Now, I'll bring you to your residence in the Simplicity Celestial Sect as a true disciple before you go to the profound nether mansion. After a while, Sun Liangpeng bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and led Duan Lingtian north. Sect leader Duan Lingtian looked at Sun Liangpeng and said bluntly, I have a friend who's staying in the palace of the supporting Fall Nation in the 1,000 Nations territory. I wonder if you can arrange for someone to pick him up? Of course, Sun Liangpeng replied without any hesitation. Then he smiled at Duan Lingtian and said, Once I've arranged everything for you, I'll look for my second brother and ask him to personally go to the 1,000 Nations territory to pick your friend up. My second brother specializes in the law of wind. Even if it's the farthest place in the 1,000 Nations territory, he'll be able to make a round trip in 3 days. Sun Liangpeng continued to say, He'll be able to make a round trip in 3 days from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate? Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Sun Liangpeng's words. Even ordinary 5-elements celestial kings and 6 combos celestial kings would not be able to travel at such a speed, right? Based on Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the strongest grade 7 forces like the Simplicity Celestial Sect were 6 combo celestial kings and 7 stars celestial kings. Only a few grade 7 forces had 8 trigrams celestial kings. Sect leader, you can just send someone to pick him up. There's no need to make a big fuss. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. The person he had asked Sun Liangpeng to pick up was none other than Lu Guanglin, who is currently in the supporting Fall Nation's Imperial Palace. Lu Guanglin had not followed Sun Liangpeng to the Scaling Cloud Lake in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Earlier, Sun Liangpeng had used a communication celestial talisman to ask Lu Guanglin if he wanted to stay in the supporting Fall Nation or come to the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Without any hesitation, Lu Guanglin had said he would follow Sun Liangpeng to the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Since my second brother has nothing to do, it's better for him to move around a bit. Sun Liangpeng smiled. Sect Master, that second brother of yours. I wonder which elder in the sect he is? During Duan Ling Tian's journey to the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Zhang Guangzheng, the vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, had mentioned many elders in the sect. However, Zhang Guangzheng had never mentioned that the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect had a second brother. Perhaps he's an elder in the Simplicity Celestial Sect? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. My second brother isn't an elder in the sect. Sun Liangpeng shook his head and smiled when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In fact, he's not even a human. He's a celestial beast. Usually, he cultivates on solitary night peak and rarely leaves it. As Sun Liangpeng spoke, he looked at a mountain in the distance. Chapter 3044. A Celestial Beast. Since Duan Lingtian had met two celestial beasts in the city governor's estate in Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, he was not surprised that Sun Liangpeng had a celestial beast as a second brother. Yes. Sun Liangpeng nodded. My second brother is a life and death companion I met in my early years. I saved his life and he saved mine as well. Later on, when I became the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he left his clan and came here to guard the Simplicity Celestial Sect with me. Sun Liangpeng said. As soon as Sun Liangpeng finished speaking, he looked at a vast valley in front of him and said with a smile on his face, That's where the true disciples and inner disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect reside. Duan Lingtian looked at the valley in front of him. In the vast valley in the distance, from halfway up the mountain to the bottom of the valley, there were many small, independent courtyards. Looking from afar, they were densely packed, and it was difficult to count how many independent courtyards there were in a short period of time. In various parts of the valley, there were figures rising into the air from small courtyards one after another. There were also some figures who entered from the outside and landed on the ground, entering a small courtyard. These people are the inner disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Sun Liangpeng said to Duan Lingtian as he looked at the group of people in the valley. At the same time, he shifted his gaze to the floating islands in the sky above the valley. Those 10 floating islands are the residences of the true disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. There were a total of 10 floating islands. On each floating island, there was a small courtyard. Although they're all in the same valley, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the residences of the true disciples is twice as dense as the inner disciples. The cultivation environment of the true disciples is comparable to the cultivation environment of the place where I usually cultivate. Moreover, it's not that the Simplicity Celestial Sect is stingy and only provides a good cultivation environment for true disciples. It's just that the heaven and earth spirit energy provided by celestial crystal veins is limited. Sun Liangpeng added, when he thought about the possibility that Duan Lingtian was a sectless cultivator. After all, rogue cultivators might not know the reason why sects divided their cultivation environments. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he followed Sun Liangpeng into the valley and appeared in front of a small courtyard on a floating island. This will be your residence from now on. Looking at the small courtyard in front of him, Sun Liangpeng said with a smile. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Although they had yet to enter the courtyard, the cultivation environment in the valley was at least twice as good as anywhere else in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. According to the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the cultivation environment in the small courtyard was much better than the cultivation environment in the small courtyard. Yes, Sect Master. Sect Master, why are you here? This seems to be the first time I've seen Lord Sect Master here. I've been in the inner sect for 30 years, and this is the first time I've seen Lord Sect Leader here. In fact, I've never heard of Lord Sect Leader coming here in the past 30 years. Sect Master seems to have come with a purple-clothed youth beside him. Who is he? The appearance of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, instantly attracted the attention of many inner disciples in the valley. The inner disciples discussed among themselves. Apart from being surprised by Sun Liangping's appearance, they were also curious about Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Sun Liangping. I just came back from outside. It seems like Lord Vice Sect leader has returned from Scaling Cloud Lake. Scaling Cloud Lake? The place where the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm opens. Does this mean the Vice Sect leader has brought many people back with him? I heard the others followed senior brother Zhenghong, to register their identity tokens. Only one person followed Lord Vice Sect leader to meet Lord Sect leader. It seems like it's him. Since Lord Vice Sect leader brought this person to meet Lord Sect leader, he must be extraordinary. Upon hearing the words of the inner disciples who had just returned from outside, the group of inner disciples learned that Duan Lingtian was a disciple the Simplicity Celestial Sect had recruited after the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm closed. For the sect leader to personally bring him here, what's so special about this purple-clad young man? Many of the inner disciples were shocked by this. Their curiosity about Duan Lingtian grew even more. Earlier, I heard from the patrolling disciples that Lord Sect Leader has given the position of a true disciple to this person, an inner disciple said. An inner court disciple who had just returned from outside said, right now, the sect leader is bringing him to stand outside the residence of the true disciple that was vacated. It seems like the sect leader really intends to give the vacant position to him. What? The position of a true disciple? Give it to him. Someone who just joined the sect? How's that possible? Those who come out of the Southern Heaven ancient realm are, at most, peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials. In the history of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, there's only one person who became a true disciple while he was an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial, right? Is there a mistake? Many people thought the inner disciples had made a mistake when they saw the purple-clad young man standing beside the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man who was standing next to the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect suddenly appeared in the air. Following that, the wooden token on his waist shone with a bright green light as green threads wrapped around his body. In the next moment, the purple-clothed young man, covered in green threads, stepped into the air and landed in front of the small courtyard on the floating island. Swoosh! Swoosh! Before the purple-clothed young man landed on the floating island, a group of inner court disciples could see a layer of ripples appearing out of thin air around the floating island. The ripples continued to surge, but the green threads that touched the surface of the young man's body were all withdrawn. It's a true disciple token. The residence of a true disciple requires the corresponding true disciple token in order to enter it safely. Only then will one be able to enter it without being obstructed by the formation. Looks like the sect leader really gave the final seat to him. He's just an overarching heavenly supreme, celestial who has just joined the sect. What makes him worthy of being a true disciple? The position of a true disciple is taken away by a newcomer? What makes him worthy? I feel that since Lord Sect Leader sent him here personally and made Lord Sect Leader give him the position of a true disciple, he must have something extraordinary about him. After all, Lord Sect Leader isn't someone who can be easily fooled. I agree. There were many inner court disciples who were jealous of Duan Lingtian for being promoted to a direct disciple as soon as he joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, there were also some inner court disciples who thought Duan Lingtian must be extraordinary for him to receive such treatment. After all, how could the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect be so easily deceived and fooled? You can look for me if you have any problems. This is my soul pearl. Give me your soul pearl as well. After exchanging soul pearls with Duan Lingtian, Sun Liangpeng left. When the inner disciples saw Sun Liangpeng taking the initiative to exchange soul pearls with Duan Lingtian, they felt that Duan Lingtian was not as simple as he seemed. As expected of one of the best cultivation places in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, the cultivation environment here is really good. The courtyard where the true disciples lived was similar to the courtyard where the inner disciples lived. The only difference was the location of the courtyard and the heaven and earth spirit energy in the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with lush flowers and plants, and there were 2 small trees. Behind one of the small trees was a stone table with a few stone benches around it. Behind the other small tree was an ancient-looking wooden house that occupied half of the courtyard. Creak! Duan Ling Tian walked to the front of the wooden house and pushed open the door. What entered his eyes was a large bed, and besides that there was nothing else. As for this bed, it was no ordinary bed. It was sparkling and translucent, and there was a faint chill coming from it. It was like a bed of ice. The older an ice bed was, the more beneficial it would be to one's cultivation. Duan Lingtian had learned this when he was still in the mundane realm. Although an old ice bed is beneficial to one's cultivation, it's only in the mundane realm. How can an ice bed be useful to a celestial in a Devata realm? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. After all, the cultivation of a celestial in a Devata realm was completely different from the cultivation of a celestial in a mundane realm. Boy, this isn't ordinary ice. The chaos divine, Earth's childish voice, rang in the air when it heard Duan Ling Tian's words. If I'm not mistaken, the ice used to create the ice bed is the flying celestial mysterious ice. Cultivating on the flying celestial mysterious ice can calm one's mind and prevent one from suffering from chi deviation. Moreover, it's said that those with high comprehension ability can comprehend the law of ice through the flying celestial mysterious ice. The chaos divine, Earth said. Flying celestial mysterious ice. Duan Lingtian had a hunch that the ice bed was different from the ice in the mundane realm. With the chaos divine, Earth's reminder, his guess was confirmed. The law of ice, huh? Duan Lingtian did not care about the soaring celestial mysterious ice's effect of calming one's mind and preventing one from succumbing to chi deviation. After all, his cultivation method was normal, so the chances of him succumbing to chi deviation was close to 0. However, just because he did not care about the law of ice, it did not mean he did not care about the law of ice. Ice was made of water, but it was colder than water. In the Devata realms, those who comprehended the law of ice and those who comprehended the law of water had the same comprehension of profundities. Those who comprehended the law of water were usually no match for those who comprehended the law of ice. Even though ice originated from water, to a certain extent, it had already surpassed the blue. However, although ice originated from water, it lacked flexibility compared to water. Therefore, to a certain extent, the law of water and the law of ice each had their own merits. It's so cold! As soon as Duan Lingtian sat on the ice bed, he did not use any technique to resist the cold air. However, he felt a gust of cold air rushing up his body and toward his head. Chapter 3045. After a short while, Duan Lingtian began to circulate his cultivation method. The cultivation method he was currently cultivating was still the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai mystic technique, which was given to him by his grandaunt before her soul was destroyed. I wonder how Huan is doing now. Every time Duan Lingtian cultivated, he would be worried about Huan, or since he had to circulate the Tai profound method. Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, did not notice that when he began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy with the help of the divine tree of life in his body, silhouettes began to emerge from the ice bed beneath him. These illusory figures looked graceful, like fairies dancing. Moreover, there were many of them, and the frequency of their dance was also very fast. If Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, was here, he would definitely be shocked. That was because the ice bed made of flying, immortal, mysterious ice would only produce a phenomenon when the person cultivating on it reached a certain level of cultivation speed. The more exaggerated the phenomenon, the more terrifying the cultivation speed of the person on the ice bed was. Even when Sun Liangpeng was cultivating on a bed made of celestial ascension mysterious ice, The phenomenon was not as exaggerated as Duan Lingtian's ice bed. After cultivating for about an hour, Duan Lingtian stopped and did not continue cultivating. Senior, Chaos Divine Flame, how do I use the star sand? Duan Lingtian stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he brought out the box that contained star sand and asked the Chaos Divine Flame, "Take out your divine sword and use me to burn it. After that, I'll guide the sword soul in your sea of consciousness to fuse with the divine sword. Sprinkle the star sand on the fire, and I'll speed up the process of fusing with the divine sword." The Chaos Divine Flame replied. It did not take long for the star sand to fuse with the star sand. The Chaos Divine Flame replied. "All right," Duan Lingtian replied. Then he took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword from his body and let it hover in front of him. Chi! In the next moment he raised his right hand and a gray flame ignited in his hand, burning the 7 orifices exquisite sword. However, when the gray flames hit the 7 orifices exquisite sword, it did not cause any changes to the sword. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. After all, the gray flame in his hand was only slightly stronger than a prominent celestial fire. It was not as strong as a Duke-grade celestial fire. If this level of flame could burn the 7 orifices exquisite sword, then he would question whether the 7 orifices exquisite sword was a real divine weapon. Little Huang Heir, the following process may be a bit difficult for you to bear. However, as long as you can bear it, you will be able to take advantage of this opportunity to complete at least half of your fusion with this divine sword. The Chaos Divine Flame's voice rang out in Duan Lingtian's body. It was clearly speaking to the artifact soul in Duan Lingtian's sea of consciousness. I can even endure the pain of the artifact soul leaving my body, so why would I be afraid of this little bit of pain? Huang Er's voice was still cold, but it was filled with an indomitable and fearless aura. She was not inferior to men. While Duan Lingtian followed Hua Lao's instructions and used the star sand to speed up the fusion process between Huang and the 7 orifices exquisite sword Zhenghong Yi, the 3rd disciple of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, led the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials back to the valley where the true disciples and inner disciples cultivated. It's Senior Brother Zhenghong Yi. The group of people behind Senior Brother Zhenghong Yi seems to be peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. They must be the people Lord Vice Sect leader brought back from the Scaling Cloud Lake. These peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials are the best among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Moreover, they were promoted to inner court disciples as soon as they joined the sect. Although they have a high starting point, they'll still be kicked out of the inner court if their innate talent is lacking. As soon as Zhenghong Yi and his group of people returned, they attracted the attention of many inner disciples. The group of people behind Zhenghong Yi was even more eye-catching. Senior Brother Hong Yi. An inner disciple stepped out and appeared in front of Zhenghong Yi in just a blink of an eye. Clearly, he was very familiar with Zhenghong Yi. The sect leader was here earlier. Master? Zhenghong Yi frowned slightly. He's alone? No, he brought someone with him. It's a purple-clad young man. Moreover, I heard he sent the purple-clad young man to the empty true disciples' courtyard. The inner disciple continued to speak. All right, I understand. Zhenghong Yi nodded, although a flame of anger rose in the depths of his heart at the right time. He also knew that the decision made by his master was not something he could change. In fact, his master could easily expel him from the Simplicity Celestial Sect with just a word. Senior Brother Hong Yi, that person snatched the position of a true disciple before you. If it weren't for him, the position of a true disciple would have been yours. Seeing Zhenghong Yi's calm expression, the inner disciple was a little confused. Shouldn't this senior brother in front of him be very angry at this moment? In the past, he knew Zhenghong Yi was determined to obtain the position of a true disciple. Wu Feng, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Even without him, the position of a true disciple might not have been mine. Zhang Hongyi glanced at the inner disciple indifferently and said calmly, "Moreover, Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension skills are outstanding. He's definitely qualified to become a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. If you're not convinced, do you think the sect leader is blind?" When he reached the end of his sentence, a cold light flashed across Zhang Hongyi's eyes. Wu Feng was so frightened that his expression changed continuously. He was even rendered speechless. "I'll leave them to you. Arrange a place for them to stay." You can arrange a place for them to stay. After leaving the group of people behind him to Wu Feng, Zhang Hongyi left. After Zhang Hongyi left, Wu Feng turned to look at the group of peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials and said, "Follow me." The group of peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials who followed behind Wu Feng felt slightly aggrieved. Duan Lingtian had been personally received by the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. On the other hand, they had only been received by the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Now, the direct disciples of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect had even sent them to an ordinary inner disciple. "Do all of you know the purple-clad young man?" Wu Feng asked as he looked at the group of peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. Many of the inner court disciples present on the scene learned about the prodigious prodigy of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's new true disciple. He was not even 100 years old. He was a peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. He had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. He was ranked second in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. While Wu Feng was helping the group of peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials settle down, the inner disciples were looking at one of the floating islands above the valley. The floating island was none other than the floating island where Duan Lingtian's courtyard was located. That purple-clad young man is such a monstrous genius. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already so terrifying. How terrifying will he be when he grows up? It's no wonder the sect leader treats him so well. With his innate talent and comprehension skills, as long as he doesn't die prematurely, the profound nether mansion won't be able to tolerate him when he grows up. His stage should be the southern heaven territory, or even a broader stage. He's definitely qualified to become a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. The inner disciples who were initially dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's promotion to the true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect were thoroughly convinced after learning about Duan Lingtian's strength and the fact that he was not even 100 years old. Initially, I thought the position of a true disciple would go to me, Zhang Hongyi or Wang Hong. I didn't expect such a person would appear out of nowhere. An inner disciple who had just returned from outside was standing in the air. When he heard the whispers of the inner disciples around him, he shook his head and sighed. While the inner disciple was lamenting, many inner disciples who saw him greeted him respectfully and warmly. "Senior Zhuang Fan! Senior Zhuang Fan!" The reason why these inner court disciples were so enthusiastic was because this inner court disciple called Zhuang Fan was one of the 3 most outstanding inner court disciples. One of them was Zhang Hongyi, the 3rd disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, while the other was Wang Hong, the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Among the 3 of them, Zhang Hongyi and Wang Hong had powerful backgrounds in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. For this reason, compared to Zhang Hongyi and Wang Hong, the inner disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect respected Zhuang Fan more. Yes, yes. Zhuang Fan smiled and nodded in response to the inner disciples who greeted him. His amiable manner was refreshing. Meanwhile, in a quiet valley in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, Zhang Hongyi, did you come here because of Duan Lingtian? A young woman with a curvaceous figure who was dressed in red stood in front of a waterfall in the valley. She looked at the young man standing in front of her with a calm expression on her face. Wang Hong, in the past we could still compete for the position of a true disciple. However, Duan Lingtian came and snatched the position of a true disciple. The young man was none other than Zhang Hong Yi, who had just left the valley where the true disciples and inner disciples cultivated. Are you willing to accept this? Zhang Hong Yi asked in a deep voice. So what if I'm unwilling? That's your master's decision. Even my grandfather can't interfere. Wang Hong looked at Zhang Hong meaningfully before she replied with a smile on her face. From the beginning until the end, she had a nonchalant expression on her face. Wang Hong, stop pretending in front of me. Those who aren't familiar with you might think you're unaffected by this matter. Chapter 3046. In the face of Zhang Hong Yi's sneer, Wang Hong's originally calm face finally had a slight change. Since you're here, do you have a way to deal with this matter? Or do you have a way to deal with this person? Wang Hong asked as she stared at Zhang Hong intently. At the same time, a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of her eyes. Naturally, the killing intent was not directed at Zhang Hong Yi. Instead, it was directed at the person who had snatched the position of the last true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Just as Zhang Hong Yi had said, it was impossible for her to remain indifferent to this matter. Wang Hong, since it's just the two of us here, let's not beat around the bush. As soon as Zhang Hong Yi finished speaking, a formation compass appeared in his hand. He infused his celestial origin energy into the compass, and a light barrier enveloped him and Wang Hong. On the other hand, the formation set up by this disc was a type of formation that isolated sound transmission, sound, and vision, no matter how formidable an immortal king was. Unless they destroyed this formation with force, otherwise it was impossible for them to hear and see everything that was happening within this formation. You're really careful. Wang Hong narrowed her eyes when she saw Zhang Hong Yi's actions. She said indifferently, speak. Wang Hong, I plan to hire an assassin to kill Duan Lingtian. Zhang Hong Yi said without beating around the bush. Hire an assassin? Wang Hong laughed. I thought it was a good idea. The assassin organizations in the profound Nether Mansion's territory won't divulge information about low-level assassinations. However, if it involves the 3 sects and 2 clans, as long as your master goes to the profound Nether Mansion, the profound Nether Mansion will pressure the assassin organizations to sell you out. As she spoke, the smile on Wang Hong's face turned into a mocking sneer. If hiring an assassin organization in the profound Nether Mansion's territory was effective, Zhang Hong Yi and Zhuang Fan, who were obstacles to her becoming a true disciple, would not have survived until today. At this moment, she felt Zhang Hong Yi was too naive. Who said I'm going to hire an assassin organization in the profound Nether Mansion's territory? Zhang Hong Yi was not angered by Wang Hong's mockery. Instead, he looked at Wang Hong calmly and said, I'm going to invite the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang, one of the 3 strongest assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. Blood Skeleton. Hearing Zhang Hong Yi's words, Wang Hong's eyes narrowed slightly. The Blood Skull was one of the 3 most powerful assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was famous in the Southern Heaven Territory. Of course, it was infamous for its ferocity. It could be said to be a notorious assassin organization. It was said that the Blood Skull Gang even had celestial emperors because a 10 Directions celestial king had died in the hands of the Blood Skull Gang's assassins. Moreover, he was killed with a single strike. Even if it was a sneak attack, only a celestial lord could kill a 10 Directions celestial king with a single strike. You actually have a way to contact the Blood Skull. When Wang Hong asked Zhang Hongyi this question, although she tried to calm herself down, there was still a slight tremor in her voice. After realizing this, Zhang Hongyi didn't make fun of Wang Hong because he knew how powerful the Blood Skull was. let alone Wang Hong. Even her grandfather, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, would be shocked if he knew he had a way to contact the Blood Skull Gang. The Blood Skull Gang was famous in the Southern Heaven Territory. However, not everyone could contact the Blood Skull Gang and hire assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. In order to contact the Blood Skull Gang and hire assassins from the Blood Skull Gang, one had to have at least a leader of a Grade 6 force as a guarantor. Naturally, it was also possible to have a Celestial Lord as a guarantor. The reason why Blood Skull had such a rule was because they dealt with high-end businesses and only accepted deals from high-end customers. This was one of the reasons they had a foothold in the Southern Heaven Territory. No, even if you have a way to contact the Blood Skull Gang without a leader of a Grade 6 force or a Celestial Lord as a guarantor, it's impossible for you to hire assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. Wang Hong frowned when she thought about this. A hint of doubt could be heard in her voice. That's true, Zheng Hong nodded before he continued to say. However, what if I told you I met the son of a high-ranking official in the Blood Skull Gang and did him a favor? The son of a high-ranking official in the Blood Skull Gang? Wang Hong inhaled sharply upon hearing this. Yes, his father is one of the 3 vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang. Naturally, he's just an illegitimate son. However, even if he's an illegitimate son, he's still qualified to hire assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. I helped him at that time, and we exchanged soul pearls. He promised me that I'll have one chance to hire assassins from the Blood Skull Gang without a leader of a Grade 6 force or a Celestial Lord as a guarantor. Zheng Hong finished speaking in one breath. Truth be told, Zheng Hong Yi's words were not entirely true. That was, the son of the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang had promised him that he would have 2 chances to hire assassins from the Blood Skull Gang without a guarantor. Naturally, Zheng Hong did not dare to say that he would have 2 chances to hire assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. After all, who knew if Wang Hong would be worried that he would use the second chance on her? If that's the case, you don't have to look for me. You can just ask him for the favor and hire assassins from the Blood Skull Gang to kill Duan Lingtian. Wang Hong said, Even so, I'm sure you've heard that the weakest assassin in the Blood Skull Gang is a 1 basic Celestial King. Although I can hire assassins from the Blood Skull Gang through the son of the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, I'll still have to pay the price. You should be able to guess that the price of a 1 basic Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang won't be low. With my current wealth, it'll be difficult for me to afford the price. Zheng Hong did not continue speaking after he finished speaking. Instead, he looked at Wang Hong meaningfully. So you came to me because you want me to share your burden? Wang Hong sneered. That's right. Zheng Hong nodded. Do you think I'll jump into your trap? It's your business if you want to kill Duan Lingtian. What does it have to do with me? Wang Hong continued to scoff. She looked at Zheng Hong as though she was looking at an idiot. You'll jump into the trap. Zheng Hong looked at Wang Hong meaningfully before he said, Wang Hong, you should know that I can't compare to you in terms of wealth. It's a huge burden for me to hire a 1 basic Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang. I'd rather cut my losses than hire a 1 basic Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang. If you're unwilling, you can only watch as Duan Lingtian becomes the 10th true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Zheng Hong said, Although it's only a matter of time before he leaves the sect, he'll still be a true disciple in the profound Nether Mansion. Of the other 9 true disciples in the Simplicity Celestial Sect, 6 are in the profound Nether Mansion, and only 3 are in the sect. Zheng Hong said, You, think about it carefully. As soon as Zheng Hong finished speaking, he removed the formation compass and rose into the air, preparing to leave the valley where Wang Hong was. This valley was the cultivation place of Wang Longxiang, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. As Wang Longxiang's biological granddaughter, Wang Hong usually cultivated here. The cultivation environment here was similar to the cultivation environment of a true disciple. Zhang Hongyi, the direct disciple of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, did not receive such treatment. He could only cultivate in the residence of an inner disciple. This was because Sun Liangpeng, as the sect leader, had to set an example. It was inconvenient for him to give special treatment to his direct disciples. You have my soul pearl and soul mark. I'll wait for your reply. Before he left, Zheng Hongyi sent a voice transmission to Wang Hong. However, it's best that you give me a reply as soon as possible. After all, the Blood Skull Gang needs time to review and investigate the matter. You can only make a price after they've reviewed and investigated the matter. However, since Duan Lingtian is only a sectless cultivator, I'm sure his price should be within the range of what both of us can afford. After saying this, Zheng Hongyi left. From his words, it seemed that he was not worried that Wang Hong would reject him at all. Damn it! After Zheng Hongyi left, Wang Hong's expression darkened. Just as Zheng Hongyi had said, with her character, she would not allow an outsider who had just joined the sect to occupy the position of a true disciple. However, for her to agree to Zheng Hongyi like this and be led by the nose by Zheng Hongyi, she was still a little unhappy. She was more interested in getting rid of Duan Lingtian, who had snatched the position of a true disciple as soon as he had joined the sect. I can't let Zheng Hongyi be too complacent. I'll give him a reply when he contacts me. However, it's impossible for me to pay half of the price. At most, I'll pay 30%. Wang Hong thought to herself. However, even though Wang Hong was so resolute at this time, when Zheng Hongyi came to her again half a month later, she still agreed to pay half of the celestial crystals for the assassin. Naturally, the Blood Skull Gang was not interested in the prominent celestial crystals they were willing to pay. For this reason, they could only offer king-grade celestial weapons and other valuable treasures to the Blood Skull Gang. After Wang Hong agreed, Zheng Hongyi immediately took out a communication celestial talisman and contacted the illegitimate son of the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Young Master Qin, I'm Zheng Hongyi from the profound Nether Mansion's Simplicity Celestial Sect. I'm the one you met in the Profound Principles Forest. You promised me that you'll allow me to make 2 unguaranteed trades with the Blood Skull Gang. This was the content of the first Immortal Message Talisman that Zheng Hongyi had sent out. Now, I'm going to use one of them. After sending out the first communication, Celestial Talisman, Zheng Hongyi waited for a reply. After about 15 minutes, he received a reply. The target's information. The reply was simple and straightforward. Duan Lingtian, a sectless cultivator. He's not even 100 years old, but he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. He's outstanding in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Chapter 3047. He's not even 100 years old, but he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. In a vast city in the Southern Heaven Territory, a young man was sitting in front of a table in the front courtyard of a luxurious mansion. He was sipping tea when he subconsciously tightened his grip on the cup and shattered it. What's wrong, Chun-Li? Another young man sitting on the opposite side of the table looked at the young man who had shattered the cup and asked with a puzzled expression, It's nothing. I just received a voice transmission from someone from a grade 7 sect whom I met on the way to the profound Nether Mansion. The young man who crushed the cup was Chun-Li. He was the illegitimate son of one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang. Right now, the person sitting opposite Chun-Li was a friend of his. His temperament was extraordinary, and he was clearly not an ordinary person. Chun-Li was a young man dressed in a brocade robe with silver embroidery. His face was slightly pale, and his body was thin. It was as though his body had been drained by wine and women. However, Chun-Li was not one for wine and women. The reason he was like this was due to his innate malnutrition. Back then, his mother had been on the run while she was pregnant with him. His father's wife had sent people to hunt her down. She had almost died, although she was lucky enough to give birth to him. He was frail and sickly. Due to this, his father had felt guilty toward him. For this reason, he had taken good care of him. In fact, the reason his father treated him so well was entirely because his father had no other sons other than him. The rest were all daughters. Chun-Li had 9 elder sisters and 13 younger sisters. He was his father's only son. For this reason, his father had spent a lot of effort to find great nourishing celestial pills for him, even though he was born with poor physical conditions. At this time, it was useless for him to improve. For this reason, his innate talent and comprehension ability were only average. He was at the bottom among his sisters. However, it was precisely because he was his father's only son that he was able to enjoy treatment that far surpassed that of his elder and younger sisters. "Who are you killing?" the young man sitting opposite Chun-Li asked. This young man was dressed in a long white robe. He had a handsome appearance and held a folding fan in his hand. He was elegant and had an outstanding temperament. There was always a smile on his face, making people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Sitting together with the pale-faced Chun-Li, they seemed to form 2 extremes. For you to lose your composure like this, could it be that the person you want to kill isn't simple? The scholarly young man asked. He's a peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial, who has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth, even though he's not even 100 years old. He stood out in the profound nether mansions, southern Tianxia territory, and ranked 2nd on the scoreboard. After that, he joined the Simplicity Celestial sect. If I'm not mistaken, the person who sent me the message is Zheng Hongyi. He's the 3rd direct disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. I can't believe he actually wants to hire someone from the Blood Skull to kill that person. That person must have offended his interests. The only reason he wants the Blood Skull's assassins to kill him is because he doesn't want to leave any evidence behind. If Zheng Hongyi were here, he would have been shocked to hear Chun-Li's words. After all, Chun-Li knew what Zheng Hongyi was thinking. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme, celestial, who has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Moreover, he's also a sectless cultivator. He's really talented, Chun-Li muttered to himself as he lowered his voice. At the same time, a hint of jealousy flashed in the depths of his eyes. He, Chun-Li, was jealous of those with high innate talent and high comprehension ability. After all, his innate talent and comprehension ability were only average. A peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial, who has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth, even though he's not even 100 years old? Moreover, he's also a sectless cultivator? The scholarly young man was slightly surprised when he heard Chun-Li's words. Even grade 6 celestial mansions can produce such geniuses? Even among the 10 great clans and 5 great sects in the Southern Heaven Territory, it was rare to see someone with such achievements before the age of 100. It could even be said that he was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. "What did you say to him?" the scholarly young man asked. "I promised him that I'll return the favor. I'll accept this job on behalf of the Blood Skull Gang." Chun-Li replied, "It's best to be careful and investigate that person's background. I have a feeling that someone with such innate talent and comprehension ability is unlikely to be a sectless cultivator," the scholarly young man said. Chun-Li nodded. Chun-Li was one of his few friends, so he naturally didn't wish for Chun-Li to provoke someone he couldn't afford to provoke and draw fire onto himself. Moreover, it was unnecessary for Chun-Li to offend someone from a grade 7 sect. "Don't worry." Chun-Li forced a smile on his pale face. "Don't you know the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence department? As long as he has a strong background, we'll be able to dig it out for him. Once we're certain he has an extraordinary background, it won't be difficult for us to deal with him." Chun-Li said, Although the Blood Skull Gang was notorious in the Southern Heaven Territory, there were still some people they did not dare to offend. For example, those who were close to the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who ruled the Southern Heaven Territory. For example, those who were important disciples of the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. In the Southern Heaven Territory, Grade 6 celestial mansions and Grade 6 forces were Grade 5 forces. There were only 15 Grade 5 forces in the Southern Heaven Territory. They were known as the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. They were the strongest forces in the Southern Heaven Territory. That's good. Upon hearing Chin Li's words, the scholarly young man nodded. His slightly furrowed brows relaxed. He was well aware of the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence department. It was one of the best in the Southern Heaven Territory. Even his sect's intelligence network might not be as strong as the Blood Skull Gang's. After all, the Blood Skull Gang was an organization of assassins. When do you plan to return? Chan Li asked as he looked at the scholarly young man. I'll leave tomorrow. I've been out for a while now, so it's time for me to return. If you're free, you can come and look for me at any time. The scholarly young man smiled. I will. After all, you're my only friend. A smile appeared on Chun Li's face, which was as pale as a sheet of paper. If there was anyone in this world with good talent and high comprehension ability that he was not jealous of, it would probably be the person in front of him. Chun Li was his only friend. As soon as Chun Li finished speaking, the scholarly young man sighed inwardly. If there was anyone in this world who knew Chun Li the best, it would be him and Chun Li's late mother. You're also my best friend. Forever. The scholarly young man stood up and placed a hand on Chun Li's shoulder as he said with a smile on his face. The smile on Chun Li's pale face grew wider and wider. In the end, it even seemed a little twisted and ferocious. Naturally, he was genuinely happy and touched by Chun Li's words. However, because his facial features were not very regular, and his face was pale, when he really smiled, he would involuntarily become like this. In the Simplicity Celestial Sect in the profound Nether Mansion. This is it. Duan Lingtian stood on the square at the peak of a short mountain that seemed to have been flattened by a blade. He looked at the building in the middle of the square that was 70 to 80% similar to a tower, and his heart jolted slightly. The building had a total of 9 floors, and it belonged to the Simplicity Celestial Sect. There were various cultivation methods, celestial methods, and divine abilities stored in the building. Apart from that, there were also books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls that recorded the battles between celestials. Duan Lingtian's destination was the 9th floor of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. It was also the top floor of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. The top floor contained the king-grade celestial methods, divine abilities, and the sect's most precious cultivation method, a king-grade celestial method. The sect's most precious cultivation method could only be cultivated by the high-ranking officials and true disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Only these people were allowed to enter the top floor. There was only one door on the first floor. Therefore, if Duan Lingtian wanted to enter the top floor, he would have to slowly climb up from the first floor. 2 burly middle-aged Taoist priests stood at the entrance of the first floor. When they saw Duan Lingtian approaching, their eyes were cold as they stood in front of Duan Lingtian, blocking his path. There were 2 floors in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. One was the outer court, while the other was the inner court. If one wanted to enter the inner court, one had to show one's identity token as an inner court disciple. This was to prevent outer court disciples from sneaking into the inner court. Although Duan Lingtian did not know one had to show one's identity token to enter the inner court, he still took out his identity token when he saw the 2 guards blocking his path. True disciple. The 2 middle-aged Taoist priests widened their eyes in shock when they saw Duan Lingtian's identity token. Then they quickly made way for Duan Lingtian. So you're the genius who was appointed as a true disciple by the sect leader as soon as you joined the sect. One of the middle-aged Taoist priests looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression that said, "I've heard a lot about you." The other middle-aged Taoist priest did not say anything. However, his eyes shone with passion as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly at the two middle-aged Taoist priests before he entered the inner court. The few inner disciples behind him who were preparing to enter also stared blankly at his back as he walked away. They did not expect that the person standing in front of them just now was the genius disciple who had just entered the sect half a month ago, who had been the talk of the town for the past half a month. "I heard Duan Lingtian is a peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial before he's even 100 years old. Moreover, he has comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. It's hard to imagine such a monstrous genius would appear in the profound nether mansion. The most shocking thing is he's a sectless cultivator." Chapter 3048. Currently, it had been half a month since Duan Lingtian had arrived at the Simplicity Celestial Sect. For the past half a month, he had been staying in the cultivation courtyard of his true disciple, helping Huang, or fuse with the seven orifices exquisite sword. With the help of the chaos divine flame, Duan Lingtian had finally consumed all the star sand he obtained from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault. Huang, Er's fusion with the seven orifices exquisite sword was about 60% complete. It was only a matter of time before the fusion was complete. In fact, as long as Duan Lingtian could find materials similar to star sand that could help Huang, or fuse with the seven orifices exquisite sword, she would be able to fuse with the seven orifices exquisite sword. At that time, not only would the seven orifices exquisite sword regain its luster as a prominent divine artifact, but Huang would also be able to leave the seven orifices exquisite sword and live in the outside world like an ordinary person. After exhausting all the star sand, Duan Lingtian did not continue to cultivate in the courtyard. Instead, he left the valley where the inner and true disciples cultivated and arrived at the inner court of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. His goal was to obtain the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities on the top floor. Although it was unwise to bite off more than one could chew, the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the Simplicity Celestial Sect were all consumable memory celestial talismans. Since he had a chance to obtain them, why would he miss this opportunity? "I should obtain all the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the Simplicity Celestial Sect," Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he entered the first floor of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. At the same time, he made his way to the top floor. When he passed by the other floors, he was stopped as well. However, after he flashed his true disciple token, he was able to enter the top floor without any problems. Throughout this process, all the gatekeepers who saw the direct disciple token in his hand called out his name. After half a month, Duan Lingtian, an overarching heavenly supreme, celestial who had just joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect, had become famous in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. At this moment, apart from those who were still in closed-door cultivation and those who had yet to return, almost everyone in the Simplicity Celestial Sect knew about Duan Lingtian. "You're Duan Lingtian?" As expected, the younger generation will surpass us in time. The person in charge of the top floor was a white-haired old man. His face was full of wrinkles, and the traces of time could be seen clearly. "Senior." Although Duan Lingtian did not know the person in charge of the top floor of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he still bowed respectfully. "Not bad. You've achieved so much at such a young age, and you're also so polite. A young man like you is very rare in this impetuous era." The old man squeezed out a smile on his wrinkled face, but it was uglier than crying. The old man smiled before he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked without beating around the bush, "Are you here for a king-grade celestial method, divine ability, or cultivation method?" "Senior, I'm here for king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities," Duan Lingtian said. Yes. The old man nodded. Then he asked, "What kind of king-grade celestial method or divine ability do you want?" What kind of king-grade celestial method or divine ability? Duan Lingtian was confused. He did not understand what the old man was trying to say. What kind of king-grade celestial method or divine ability do you want? The old man asked. Can't I take all of them? Duan Lingtian asked. His purpose for coming here was to take away all the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities from the Simplicity Celestial sect. After all, they were consumables and would not affect the Simplicity Celestial sect. After all, there were definitely powerhouses in the Simplicity Celestial sect who could recreate the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. You want all of them. The old man's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he said angrily, "Who said you can take all of them? If he did, I'll break his legs when I get out of here." A hint of exasperation could be seen on the old man's face. Duan Lingtian did not expect the old man to react in such a manner. He smiled wryly and said, "Senior, no one told me I can take all of them. However, no one told me I can't take all of them either." Duan Lingtian recalled that Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had said he could obtain king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities from the top floor. However, he did not recall Sun Liangpeng mentioning that he could not obtain king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained any type of law. The old man's expression softened slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The old man reminded him, "Even a true disciple can only take king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain a law of any type. This is a rule that has been passed down since ancient times in the Simplicity Celestial sect." As for the reason why there was such a rule, it was because the ancestor was worried that the younger generation would be greedy. With the intention of not biting off more than they could chew, he established this rule. For this reason, you can only take king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain a law of any type. Naturally, you can also take all of the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain a law of any type. However, before you leave the top floor, you'll have to use the memory celestial talisman that contains them. The old man finished speaking. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He did not expect the Simplicity Celestial sect would have such a rule. After all, he wanted to take away all of the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities from the top floor. Even if he did not have the time to comprehend other laws, he would still be able to use them in the future. Now that he heard the old man's words, he knew he could only take king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained a law of any type. I heard you've already comprehended 2 profundities from the law of Earth. I suggest you choose the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of Earth. The Simplicity Celestial sect has a total of 3 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of Earth, 1 king-grade celestial method and 2 king-grade divine abilities. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Senior, can I take a look at the 3 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of Earth?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Of course." The old man nodded. Following that, Duan Lingtian was led by the old man to the bookshelf where the 3 memory celestial methods and divine abilities were recorded. There was another memory celestial talisman that introduced the 3 memory celestial talismans. Send your divine consciousness into the memory celestial talismans, and you'll understand which profundities from the law of Earth they contain. The old man reminded Duan Lingtian. After the old man finished speaking, he stood at the side and looked at Duan Lingtian quietly. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he extended his divine consciousness and sent it into the first memory celestial talisman. Soon after, a large amount of information surged into his mind. This is a king-grade divine ability called the Earth Soaring Dragon. It contains the Earth Elemental Profundity and another profundity from the law of Earth, the Earth Elemental Profundity. It's called the Earth Elemental Profundity. the world-walking profundity. It's the only profundity in the law of earth that focuses on speed. However, before mastering this profundity, it won't be very useful in the air. It's only useful on the ground. Duan Lingtian had heard about the earth elemental profundity from the chaos divine earth before. Therefore, he knew about the weakness of the earth elemental profundity. If you want to unleash the profundity of the earth elemental profundity before mastering it, you'll have to lure your opponent to the ground. Otherwise, the profundity of the earth elemental profundity will be useless. Only by mastering the earth elemental profundity will you be able to escape from the ground. You'll be able to use the earth elemental profundity to mimic the ground. These were the chaos divine earth's words. Let's take a look at the other king grade divine abilities and celestial methods. After withdrawing his divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the other memory celestial talisman. Soon after, more information entered his mind. This is a king-grade celestial method called the Thorn Cage. Apart from the earth elemental profundity, it also contains the gravitational space profundity from the law of earth. This king-grade celestial method doesn't seem to be any different from the king-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison. Both of them comprehend the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed. At the same time, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the last memory celestial talisman. This is a king-grade divine ability called the Earth Elemental Profundity. Apart from the Earth Elemental Profundity, it also contains the vibration profundity from the law of Earth. The vibration profundity. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. According to the chaos divine Earth, although the law of Earth excelled in defense and support, there was another profundity that focused on offense. The offensive profundity from the law of Earth was the vibration profundity. The Earth elemental method that contains the vibration profundity is very tempting. However, the Earth elemental method that contains the Earth elemental profundity is only SOSO. Moreover, the king-grade celestial method, the Bramble Cage, that contains the gravitational space profundity, seems to overlap with the king-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison. After all, they both comprehend the gravitational space profundity. Duan Lingtian felt slightly troubled when he thought about this. Based on the current situation, the three king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of Earth would be of great help to him. He could even comprehend many profundities from the law of Earth in a short time. However, he had only comprehended the Earth elemental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. It was not too late for him to give up on the law of Earth and switch to another law. Senior, where are the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of metal? Also, where are the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the old man. Chapter 3049. However, he was not interested in the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained other laws. With the help of the chaos divine Earth, his comprehension of the law of Earth was much faster than ordinary people. As for the law of metal and the law of fire, he had the help of the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal, so his comprehension speed was much faster than ordinary people. In fact, no matter how high a person's comprehension ability was, without the help of the 5 divine elements, it would be impossible for them to comprehend the law of Earth, the law of fire, and the law of metal faster than him. Duan Lingtian, don't bite off more than you can chew. The old man frowned. He thought Duan Lingtian would choose the 3 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of Earth. I know, Senior. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with determination as he said, Senior, please show me the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of metal and the law of fire. The old man's heart skipped a beat when he saw the determination in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had only mentioned the law of metal and the law of fire. Could it be that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of metal and the law of fire? Was the law of earth not the only law he had comprehended? The old man thought to himself, impossible. That's impossible. Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old, but he's already a peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial. It's already shocking that he's able to comprehend two profundities from the law of earth. How could he have comprehended another law? However, faced with Duan Lingtian's stubbornness, the old man eventually brought Duan Lingtian to the celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of metal and the law of fire. Boy, you made the right decision. If there are many king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of metal and the law of fire, you should choose them. The chaos divine, Earth's childish voice rang out in Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian had asked for its opinion, so it gave Duan Lingtian a timely answer. The three king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of Earth. Although you can use the soaring dragon's flight technique, it's not practical for you now. Thorn Cage overlaps with your Black Rock prison, so it's meaningless. Pulse of the Earth is very suitable for you right now, but that's the only useful one. Let's see what the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of metal and the law of fire are like. Then I'll consider if I should take the three king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of Earth. The Chaos Divine Earth said, yes. After receiving the Chaos Divine Earth's affirmation, Duan Lingtian felt even more confident. The Simplicity Celestial Sect only has one king-grade divine ability that contains the law of metal. Soon after, the old man brought Duan Lingtian to the king-grade divine ability that contained the law of metal. At the same time, he said to Duan Lingtian, which one? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Then he shook his head and said, Senior, please take me to the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire. The Simplicity Celestial Sect only had one king-grade divine ability that contained the law of metal. Regardless of what profundity it contained, Duan Lingtian would not choose it. It would be better for him to choose the three king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of Earth. The three king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of Earth would allow him to comprehend two more profundities from the law of Earth. Moreover, one of them was the law of Earth's only offensive profundity, the vibration profundity. Although the earth-traversing profundity was useless to him now, it would definitely come in handy in the future. As for the king-grade celestial method, the bramble cage, although it overlapped with the Black Rock prison technique and contained the gravitational space profundity, who would dare to say that it would be easier for him to comprehend the bramble cage? After obtaining the bramble cage, would it be easier for him to comprehend the gravitational space profundity? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man remained indifferent. In his opinion, unless there was something wrong with Duan Lingtian's brain, there was no way he would choose the king-grade divine ability that contained the law of metal. Who would choose the three king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of Earth? Senior, is there only one king-grade celestial method and divine ability that contains the law of fire in the Simplicity Celestial Sect? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask as he followed the old man. If that was the case, he might as well give up and return to the three king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of Earth. How's that possible? The old man replied arrogantly, in the Simplicity Celestial Sect, we have more king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire than any other law. In the profound nether mansion, apart from the profound nether mansion, the Simplicity Celestial Sect has the most king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire. The old man said. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. In the profound nether mansion, apart from the profound nether mansion, the Simplicity Celestial Sect had the most king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire? Senior, How many king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire do we have in the Simplicity Celestial Sect? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Take a look for yourself, the old man replied. The old man's voice resonated in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed the old man had stopped in front of a bookshelf. These are all. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the bookshelf. There were a total of 10 memory celestial talismans on the bookshelf. They were arranged in 2 rows. The memory celestial talismans contained king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, while the memory celestial talismans contained information about the corresponding memory celestial talismans. If these memory celestial talismans contained information about king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of fire, it meant the Simplicity Celestial Sect had a total of 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of fire. Take a look for yourself, the old man said. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the first memory celestial talisman on the left side. Soon after, the information from the first memory celestial talisman entered his mind. This is a king-grade celestial method that contains the law of fire. It allows one to comprehend the fire elemental profundity and the blazing sun profundity from the law of fire. The blazing sun profundity was one of the profundities from the law of fire. It was an auxiliary profundity that did not contain any offensive, defensive, or speed profundities. Duan Lingtian had learned this from the chaos divine earth. Following that, he shifted his divine consciousness to the next memory celestial talisman. This is a king-grade divine ability that contains the law of fire. It allows one to comprehend the fire elemental profundity and the fire elemental profundity and the fire elemental profundity. The fire elemental profundity was one of the 2 speed profundities from the law of fire. It was similar to the earth elemental profundity from the law of earth. However, it was much more useless than the earth elemental profundity. It could only be used when one was in the rudimentary stage or in the initial stage. It could only be used with the fire elemental profundity at the mastery stage. However, if one wanted to raise the fire elemental profundity to the mastery stage, one would need to obtain an emperor-grade divine ability that contained the fire elemental profundity. The next memory, celestial talisman, you can comprehend the explosion profundity from the law of fire. The explosion profundity was one of the 3 offensive profundities from the law of fire. It was extremely powerful and had explosive characteristics. Compared to the previous 2 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, Duan Lingtian was more interested in this king-grade divine ability. This was because the explosion profundity from the law of fire was much more powerful than the vibration profundity from the law of earth. He continued to look at the memory celestial talisman. You can comprehend the plundering profundity from the law of fire. The plundering profundity was one of the 2 speed profundities from the law of fire. However, it was much more practical than the fire elemental profundity. It could be used at the rudimentary stage. Its speed was not inferior to the gale profundity from the law of wind. As the saying went, as swift as the wind, as plundering as the fire. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on the memory celestial talisman on the far right side. He extended his divine consciousness toward it as well. Information surged into Duan Lingtian's mind like a tidal wave. This is a king-grade divine ability that contains the law of fire. Apart from comprehending the fire elemental profundity, the law of fire's burning profundity, it can also comprehend the law of fire's burning profundity. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this. The burning profundity was a profundity of the law of fire. It was obvious that it was an offensive profundity. The chaos divine earth's words confirmed Duan Lingtian's suspicions. Lad, you're quite lucky. The burning profundity is one of the 3 offensive profundities from the law of fire. The 3 offensive profundities from the law of fire are the explosion profundity, the burning profundity, and the erosion profundity. The explosion profundity and the burning profundity are the strongest offensive profundities from the law of fire. The erosion profundity is more peculiar and uncanny. The chaos divine, Earth explained. Choose these 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire. With the help of the chaos divine flame, it won't take you long to comprehend them. The chaos divine Earth urged Duan Lingtian to choose the 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire. Apart from the fire elemental profundity, the 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire would also allow one to comprehend 5 other profundities. The blazing sun profundity, the fire elemental profundity, the explosion profundity, the plundering profundity, and the burning profundity. In truth, Duan Lingtian had already decided to choose the 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire, even without the chaos divine Earth's reminder, since they were the most practical. Senior, I'll choose these 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man standing nearby and said bluntly, "Have you thought it through?" The old man asked for confirmation. "Yes, I have." Duan Lingtian nodded without any hesitation. "All right." Chapter 3050. You must consume these 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in front of me. You can't take them away. The old man raised his hand and removed the 5 memory celestial talismans that contained the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities from the law of fire. Then he passed them to Duan Lingtian. Memory celestial talismans that contained king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were consumable memory celestial talismans that contained king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, if the memory celestial talismans that contained king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were taken away, someone else would have to inscribe them to fill in the gaps. If one wanted to inscribe a memory celestial talisman that contained king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, one would have to completely comprehend the king-grade celestial method and divine ability. Understood? Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he crushed the 5 memory celestial talismans in front of the old man, allowing the information about king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities to become part of his memory. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and digested the information about the 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities contained in the memory celestial talismans before he opened his eyes again. His eyes shone brightly as a smile appeared on his face. There are a total of 9 profundities from the law of fire, including the fire elemental profundity. Now, it's as though I've been given the opportunity to comprehend 6 profundities at once. Moreover, I only need to spend some time and effort to comprehend 6 profundities. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel delighted. "Thank you, Senior." When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he looked at the old man beside him and thanked him. "You deserve it. There's no need to thank me." The old man said, "I'm not thanking you for giving me the 5 memory celestial talismans, but I'm thanking you for guiding me to them in such a short time." Duan Lingtian smiled. The old man was taken aback. Then he shook his head and smiled. "Boy, you sure have a sweet tongue. All right, if you have time, you can go to the other floors to have a look. There are many memory celestial talismans there that might be useful to you. Thank you for your reminder, Senior." Duan Lingtian thanked the old man again, then said goodbye to the old man and left the top floor. After leaving the top floor, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he went to another floor. Just as the old man had said, there were many memory immortal talismans on the other floors, which allowed Duan Lingtian to learn a lot of things that he did not know before. Duan Lingtian stayed for another 3 months. The memory immortal talismans on other floors were very useful to Duan Lingtian, so Duan Lingtian spent a lot of time on them. 3 months? However, although he knew that he had been here for a long time, Duan Lingtian was still shocked when he found out that he had been here for 3 months. He didn't expect that he had been here for so long. It's time for me to leave. Duan Lingtian knew his top priority now was to break through to the Celestial Duke stage and comprehend the 6 profundities from the Law of Fire with the help of the Chaos Divine Flame. He would be able to comprehend the 6 profundities from the King grade, celestial methods, and divine abilities he had obtained. Duan Lingtian. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, before he could return to the valley where the true disciples and inner disciples were located, a figure appeared in his path and blocked his path. Sect leader? The person who had just arrived was none other than Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Is there a reason you're looking for me, sect leader? Duan Lingtian asked curiously when he saw Sun Liangpeng descending from the sky and landing in front of him. I heard from Elder Zhou that you didn't ask for king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of earth. Instead, you asked for king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire? Sun Liangpeng asked with a slight frown on his face. When Duan Lingtian had left the top floor, the old man had informed Sun Liangpeng about this matter. Sun Liangpeng was confused. He did not know why Duan Lingtian had made such a decision. He did not believe Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of fire apart from the law of earth. At that time, Sun Liangpeng had wanted to look for Duan Lingtian immediately. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian was reading some memory celestial talismans on the top floor, he dismissed the idea of disturbing Duan Lingtian. Until today, when Duan Lingtian walked out and he received the message from the person guarding the first floor, he immediately put aside what he was doing and came to look for Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, although there are many king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire in the Simplicity Celestial Sect, there's no need for you to choose those king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. It's better for you to choose king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of earth. Sun Liangpeng did not beat around the bush. Sect leader, do you think I'm being greedy and chose king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. How could he not understand the meaning behind Sun Liangpeng's words? Naturally, he knew Sun Liangpeng had only warned him out of goodwill. You don't tell me you've comprehended the law of fire as well. Sun Liangpeng's heart skipped a beat when he saw the natural smile on Duan Lingtian's face. You'll find out in the future, sect leader. For now, I plan to return to my cultivation. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. After bidding farewell to Sun Liangpeng, Duan Lingtian continued to walk forward. Sun Liangpeng's eyes flashed with confusion as he looked at Duan Lingtian's departing figure. Duan Lingtian's choice and his confidence made Sun Liangpeng feel like he could not see through Duan Lingtian at all. Who's Duan Lingtian? How can there be someone like him among the sectless cultivators? Sun Liangpeng's emotions surged, and it took a long time for him to calm down. When Duan Lingtian returned to his true disciples' cultivation courtyard, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. In the same valley, in an inner court disciples' courtyard, Zhang Hongyi, who was watching Duan Lingtian enter the true disciples' courtyard, suddenly raised his eyebrows as though he had sensed something. After 3 months, there's finally a letter. At this moment, Zhang Hongyi received a message from a distant place. It was from the illegitimate son of one of the deputy leaders of the Blood Skull Gang that he had been looking for. He had been waiting for this message for more than 3 months. During the past 3 months, he had been eagerly waiting for this message. He had even thought that the bastard son of the vice chief of the Blood Skull would go back on his word and refuse to help him. Duan Lingtian from the borderlands, hearing the contents of the other party's message, Zhang Hongyi was dumbfounded. The borderlands? Naturally, Zheng Hong Yi knew the Southern Heaven Territory was divided into the Central Area and the Borderlands. In the past, in his eyes, the Borderlands were barbarians because there was a formation between the Central Area and the Borderlands that restricted the existence of experts at the Immortal King realm and above in the Borderlands. Thus, it was generally impossible for immortal kings to exist in the Borderlands. For this reason, the strongest force in the Borderlands was only a grade 9 force. Most of them were mediocre forces that were not worth mentioning at all. It did not cross Zheng Hong Yi's mind that the sectless cultivator, Duan Ling Tian, whom he wished he could kill, actually came from the godforsaken Borderlands. Someone with his innate talent and comprehension ability can actually appear in the Borderlands. Is he the reincarnation of a powerhouse from somewhere? Zheng Hong Yi thought to himself. Although the conditions for reincarnation were harsh, and very few people were able to reincarnate successfully, there were still people who would take the risk. Among these people, there were a few who were able to reincarnate successfully. Those who were reincarnated usually had a high starting point. Once they regained their memories, they would be able to comprehend the profundities they had comprehended in their previous lives. Their comprehension ability was heaven-defying. For this reason, Zheng Hong Yi suspected Duan Lingtian was a reincarnated celestial. An ascender? When Zheng Hong Yi learned that Duan Lingtian had ascended from the mundane realm to the spirit overarching heaven, he was dumbfounded. Then Duan Lingtian is also an ascender? He's not even 100 years old, but he's already an ascender. It seems like he's indeed a reincarnated celestial. Moreover, he must have regained his memories from his previous life. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to comprehend the profundities of a law at such a young age. Zheng Hong Yi thought to himself. At the same time, Chun-Li, the illegitimate son of the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, sent a message saying that the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence department suspected Duan Lingtian was a reincarnated celestial. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. If he knew, he would be shocked by the intelligence department of the Blood Skull Gang. In just 3 months, the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence department had dug up all the information about Duan Lingtian. They even found out that he was an ascender from the mundane realm. The Blood Skull Gang has spent a lot of effort to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. According to the rules of the Blood Skull Gang, you don't have to bear the cost of the investigation. However, we want all the belongings of the target. Qin-Li said to Zheng Hong Yi, I know that. Young Master Qin, is the Blood Skull Gang's offer for Duan Lingtian out yet? Zheng Hong Yi asked. Chen-Li's last sentence was not limited to the Blood Skull Gang's rules. It was the same for all prominent assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. Therefore, Zheng Hong Yi was not surprised at all. 6 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons, or 2 purely defensive celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords. Chen-Li said. Chapter 3051. Chen-Li continued to say, Naturally, I'm referring to the price of our one basic celestial king assassin. If you want a stronger assassin, the price will be different. However, I think it should be enough to kill a mere peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial with the weakest assassin in the Blood Skull Gang, right? That's enough. Zheng Hong Yi nodded repeatedly. The price of the one basic celestial king assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by a celestial lord. Zheng Hong Yi inhaled sharply when he heard the price of the one basic celestial king assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Although he had expected the price of the Blood Skull Gang to be high, he did not expect it to be so high. Fortunately, I found Wang Hong. Although I can take out 2 purely defensive celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords, once I take them out, I won't have any defensive celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords. Zheng Hong Yi felt slightly relieved. He only had 2 purely defensive celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord, and one of them was used to protect himself. Although he hated Duan Lingtian for snatching the last position of a true disciple in the Simplicity Celestial sect, he was not willing to sacrifice his life-saving celestial weapon in exchange for Duan Lingtian's life. However, according to Chenli, we can exchange 6 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons for the 2 purely defensive celestial weapons that have been nurtured by a celestial lord. It seems like a purely defensive celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord can only be exchanged for 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. On the other hand, in the profound Nether Mansion, a purely defensive celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord can be exchanged for 4 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. As for the other king-grade celestial weapons, the ratio is the same. Zhang Hong, Yi's eyes lit up when he thought about this. Coincidentally, he had 2 pure defensive king-grade celestial weapons. As long as he could obtain a pure defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord, he would be able to exchange it for 4 pure defensive king-grade celestial weapons. At that time, all he had to do was to hand over the 6 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons to the assassin. If that was the case, he would not have to sacrifice the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. Young Master Qin, I accept your offer. When will your blood skull assassins arrive? Zhang Hongyi asked Chenli. He couldn't wait for the Blood Skull Gang's assassins to arrive today and kill Duan Lingtian. However, he also knew that it was impossible for the Blood Skull's assassins to come here today. Even if the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang managed to make it here today, as long as Duan Lingtian remained in the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian. After all, the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was only a 1 basic celestial king. He was not strong enough to force his way into the Simplicity Celestial sect. Even if he managed to kill Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to escape from the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. No matter how extraordinary the assassin was, he was only a 1 basic celestial king. Although the 1 basic celestial king was supported by the Blood Skull Gang, the Simplicity Celestial sect was supported by the profound Nether Mansion. The profound Nether Mansion was supported by one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. None of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory feared the Blood Skull Gang at all. In fact, the Blood Skull Gang did not even dare to accept orders that targeted the important disciples of the 10 major clans. We'll send a 1 basic Celestial King assassin to the Simplicity Celestial sect within 3 days. He'll make his way over as soon as possible. The Blood Skull Gang's role is to take half of the payment as a deposit. You'll have to pay him half of the payment when he arrives, Chenli said. Zhang Hongyi nodded. All right. At the same time, after greeting Chenli respectfully, he cut off the communication with Chenli. A 1 basic Celestial King assassin is asking for 2 purely defensive celestial weapons that have been nurtured by a celestial lord. This price is at least 5 times higher than the price offered by assassins in the profound Nether Mansion. After ending the call, Zhang Hongyi could not help but click his tongue in shock. He felt the Blood Skull Gang's price was too high. However, he knew the Blood Skull Gang's price was based on the target's strength and distance to the target. Moreover, if he hired an assassin organization in the profound Nether Mansion's territory, as long as his master, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, approached the profound Nether Mansion, the profound Nether Mansion would put pressure on the assassin organization in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. At that time, not only would it be impossible for him to become a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect, but with his master's temper, his master might even kill him. Even if his master did not kill him, the Simplicity Celestial sect would no longer tolerate him. Moreover, his cultivation base would most likely be crippled after he was expelled from the Simplicity Celestial sect. For this reason, to be safe, he had no choice but to accept the Blood Skull Gang's price. There is a saying that says it well. It was better to be safe than sorry. Now it's time to look for Wang Hong and ask for a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. after leaving his courtyard. Zheng Hong, he went to look for Wang Hong. As long as I exchange the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord for 4 ordinary, purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons, I'll only need to offer 2 ordinary, purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. That's more than enough to pay the Blood Skull Gang. Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. After he found Wang Hong and told her about the Blood Skull Gang's price, Wang Hong replied, "Although I've never met the Blood Skull Gang, I'm aware of the process that the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory follow. Before they make a move, they'll take half of the reward as a deposit. Call me over when the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang arrives, and I'll pay the deposit. As for the rest of the payment, you can pay him after he completes his mission." As soon as Wang Hong's words came out, Zheng Hongyi's hopes were completely crushed. With Wang Hong doing this, all his previous thoughts had turned into a fantasy. He couldn't take advantage of Wang Hong at all. After returning to the Southern Heaven Territory, Duan Lingtian had been sitting cross-legged on the ice bed in his courtyard. He was not cultivating. Instead, he was comprehending the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, with the help of the Chaos Divine Flame. Duan Lingtian could still remember the Chaos Divine Flame's words. "If you can obtain the Fire-type King-grade Celestial Method and Divine Ability, I'll help you comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, within 3 hours." When the Chaos Divine Flame had said this, its arrogant voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation. Would the Chaos Divine Flame really be able to help him comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, within 3 hours? During the process of comprehending the law of fire's fundamental profundity, Duan Lingtian followed the Chaos Divine Flame's instructions. He summoned the Chaos Divine Flame from his body and allowed it to float on his fingertips, just like when he was refining pills. Naturally, he had only summoned the Chaos Divine Flame. He did not refine pills. Soon after, his consciousness cleared up. Under the guidance of the Chaos Divine Flame, he sensed the gray flame dancing on his fingertips. It was the Chaos Divine Flame. As time passed, Duan Lingtian discovered his consciousness had completely merged with the gray flame. His emotions changed with the gray flame. During this process, many different images appeared in his mind. Without exception, all of these images were images of him using the chaotic divine flame to refine pills. Gradually, Duan Lingtian's consciousness was completely immersed in the gray flame on his fingertips. He had completely forgotten about the passage of time. When he regained his senses, he discovered he could communicate with the law of fire's fire elemental profundity. He had completely comprehended the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity. As for how long this process took, he had no idea at all. It felt as though it was only a blink of an eye, but it also felt as though a century had passed. How long did it take? Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Flame. 2.5 hours. The Chaos Divine Flame replied. Humph. As soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking, the Chaos Divine Earth snorted coldly. Nonsense. It was clearly 2.5 hours and 3 breaths. However, the Chaos Divine Flame ignored the Chaos Divine Earth's words. Based on the Chaos Divine Earth's tone, Duan Lingtian could sense a hint of bitterness in its tone. After all, it had taken the Chaos Divine Earth an entire night to help him comprehend the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. Now that the Chaos Divine Flame had helped him comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, in less than 3 hours. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew the reason he was able to comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, so quickly was partly because he had been in contact with the Chaos Divine Flame since a young age. He had even refined pills with it many times. While he was refining pills with the chaos divine flame, his comprehension of the fire elemental profundity had unknowingly changed. With the chaos divine flame's help, he managed to comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, in just slightly more than 2 hours. The fire elemental profundity, with just a thought, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. With just a thought, the fire elemental profundity merged with his celestial origin energy, causing his celestial origin energy to turn fiery red. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Every time Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had merged with the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, stirred, the sound of something burning could be heard in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 3052. The celestial origin energy that has merged with the fire elemental profundity is stronger than the celestial origin energy that has merged with the earth elemental profundity. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to discover this when he sensed the celestial origin energy that had merged with the fire elemental profundity. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to merge the earth elemental profundity with his celestial origin energy, he discovered the fire elemental profundity in his celestial origin energy was repelling the earth elemental profundity. Duan Lingtian was confused when he discovered this. He could not help but ask the chaos divine flame and the chaos divine earth. Lad, before you become a god and form a law clone, you can only use one law at a time when you're fighting with others. The chaos divine earth said. It's not impossible for you to use a second law, but you'll have to disperse the first law's fundamental profundity in your celestial origin energy and merge the second law's fundamental profundity with your celestial origin energy. Then you'll be able to use the second law. You should know that the profundity of a law is dependent on the fundamental profundity. In other words, once your celestial origin energy has merged with the earth elemental profundity, you won't be able to merge it with the fire elemental profundity and the other profundities from the law of fire. Therefore, you won't be able to use the other profundities from the law of earth and the law of fire. If you're an ordinary person, I suggest you focus on one law before you become a god. However, if you're a god, I'll agree with you comprehending the law of earth, the law of fire, and the law of metal at the same time. With the chaos divine flame, the profound divine metal, and the chaos divine flame, you'll be able to quickly comprehend the profundities from these three laws. Duan Lingtian nodded. With the three of us helping you, you'll definitely be able to comprehend all the profundities from the law of earth, the law of fire, and the law of metal before you become a god. If you can help us evolve to a higher form, it won't be impossible for you to comprehend all the profundities from these three laws to the mastery stage before you become a god. The chaos divine earth said, even if that's the case before I become a deity, I can only choose to use one law when I fight with others. Duan Lingtian knew very well that once he fought with someone, it would be very difficult for him to change the celestial origin energy from one law's fundamental profundity to another law. Under such circumstances, it was naturally better to use the strongest law that one had comprehended. That's right. The chaos divine earth replied, therefore, before you ascend to godhood, it's best if you use the strongest law you've comprehended. However, based on the current situation, temporarily focusing on the laws of fire is the best choice for you. Although the chaos divine earth could help Duan Lingtian quickly comprehend the profundities from the law of earth, that was only possible if Duan Lingtian obtained a king-grade celestial method or divine ability that contained the corresponding profundities. Currently, Duan Lingtian possessed a king-grade celestial method that allowed him to comprehend the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. However, Duan Lingtian possessed 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of earth. He could comprehend 5 profundities from the law of fire: the blazing sun profundity, the fire elemental profundity, the explosion profundity, the plundering profundity, and the burning profundity. In addition to the fundamental profundities, Duan Lingtian possessed 2 profundities from the law of earth and 6 profundities from the law of fire. For this reason, it was best for him to focus on the law of fire for now. Indeed, the law of fire is the most suitable for me. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, although you're currently focusing on comprehending the profundities from the law of fire, if you encounter a bottleneck while comprehending the profundities from the law of fire, you still have to study the gravitational space profundity. After all, you've only scratched the surface of the gravitational space profundity. You're already capable of unleashing its full potential. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded again. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, now that I've comprehended the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, I'll be able to comprehend the other profundities from the law of fire. When Duan Lingtian recalled the 5 king grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire in his mind, he asked the Chaos Divine Flame, which profundity from the law of fire should I comprehend first? You don't need to ask him. I can answer you. You can choose one of the 3 Upanishads, Exploding Upanishad, Plundering Upanishad, and Burning Upanishad. You should prioritize the explosion profundity first. The Chaos Divine Earth said before the Chaos Divine Flame could reply. You should comprehend the plundering profundity first. The Chaos Divine Flame said, even with my help, the explosion profundity will take longer to comprehend compared to the burning profundity and the plundering profundity. As a celestial alchemist, your perception of fire is limited to its burning speed. Duan Lingtian hasn't experienced the explosion of fire. Therefore, it's destined that your speed of comprehending the burning profundity and the plundering profundity will be faster than your speed of comprehending the explosion profundity. Compared to the Chaos Divine Earth, the Chaos Divine Flame was more familiar with Duan Lingtian's current situation. For this reason, it made a decision for Duan Lingtian. The burning profundity and the plundering profundity are focused on speed and offense, respectively. However, the burning profundity isn't the strongest offensive profundity from the law of fire. The explosion profundity is. For this reason, I think it's better for you to comprehend the plundering profundity first. The Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking. All right, I'll listen to you, Senior. Duan Lingtian agreed. Moreover, as long as you've comprehended the law of fire's plundering profundity, you'll be able to charge at your opponent with fire while you're running. In that case, the plundering profundity will be extremely powerful. Moreover, you can also fuse the plundering profundity into your attacks to increase the power of your attacks. Although it's not as powerful as the explosion profundity, the burning profundity, or the corrosion profundity, it's still an offensive technique. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand the Chaos Divine Flame's words. Previously, when he was in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Sima Chun from the Sima clan had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. Apart from the wind elemental profundity, he had also comprehended the gale profundity. The gale profundity was a profundity from the law of wind that focused on speed. However, since the gale profundity could be fused into one's attacks at a high speed, it could also increase the power of one's attacks. Speed could bring about inertia. This was a widely acknowledged law, even on Earth, where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. With the help of the Chaos Divine Flame, Duan Lingtian began to comprehend the law of fire's plundering profundity. After a few months, Duan Lingtian had also made a breakthrough in his comprehension of the pillaging profundity. He was finally able to cast the pillaging profundity. With this, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of fire's plundering profundity had caught up with his comprehension of the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. Profound divine metal, you're finally awake. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He knew the profound divine metal had finally woken up after a long period of slumber. Previously, the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame had joined forces to help Duan Lingtian make the divine tree of life acknowledge him as its master. However, since the chaos divine flame was already in its third form, it quickly woke up. The profound divine metal was only in its second form, so it took a few more months to wake up compared to the chaos divine flame. "You little kid, it's fine that I'm awake. Why are you making such a big fuss?" The profound divine metal's voice was slightly sluggish. It was clear it was not fully awake yet. "Hey, profound divine metal, I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first?" The chaos divine earth didn't react the way it did in the past when the profound divine metal called it a baby. Instead, it ignored the profound divine metal's words and chuckled. "Stop keeping me in suspense," the profound divine metal said indifferently. "Even if you don't tell me, the chaos divine flame can tell me. I'll tell you the bad news first." Upon hearing the profound divine metal's words, the chaos divine earth no longer hesitated and said, "Not long ago, this Brad obtained 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain different profundities from the law of fire. For this reason, he'll have to focus on comprehending the law of fire and won't be able to comprehend the law of metal. 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain different profundities from the law of fire?" The profound divine metal was slightly surprised when it heard the chaos divine earth's words. "It seems like this little guy has been quite lucky while I was asleep. What's the good news?" The profound divine metal did not think much of the chaos divine earth's words. After all, even if Duan Lingtian had obtained king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of metal, he would not be able to help Duan Lingtian comprehend the law of metal since he was in his second form. "I forgot that you're still in your second form." A hint of regret could be heard in the chaos divine earth's childish voice when it heard the profound divine metal's words. As soon as the chaos divine earth finished speaking, the profound divine metal exclaimed in shock, "Little guy, you obtained a first form profound divine metal." The chaos divine earth's words were directed at Duan Lingtian. "I'm quite lucky to have found a first form profound divine metal for you, senior." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he took out the first form profound divine metal from his spatial ring. Chapter 3053. In a lush forest 10,000 miles north of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, a skinny middle-aged man dressed in black could be seen hovering in the air. His feet were less than 3 feet above the ground. The middle-aged man's face was pale. Due to his skinny appearance, his cheekbones were protruding. His cheekbones were sunken, making him look like a bag of bones. Apart from that, if one looked closely, one would notice that there was a blood-red mark on his face. On the chest area of the middle-aged man's black clothes, there was a blood-red, lifelike skull imprinted on it. Suddenly, the middle-aged man raised an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. Swoosh, swoosh, accompanied by 2 wind-like sounds. 2 figures flew side by side from a distance in the forest. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the middle-aged man. "You're Zheng Hong, eh?" The middle-aged man's gaze fell on the young man as he asked in an indifferent tone. From the beginning until the end, he did not even spare a glance at the woman standing next to the young man. It was as though she did not exist. Wang Hong would have flown into a rage if she was ignored by an ordinary person. After all, apart from being a famous inner disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, she was also the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, she did not dare to put on airs in front of the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man's cultivation base was not as high as her grandfather's, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he was not a match for her. However, the other party's background was something that even her grandfather did not dare to provoke. The Blood Skull Gang was one of the 3 strongest assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was infamous in the Southern Heaven Territory. Among the many forces in the Southern Heaven Territory, only the 10 major clans and the 5 major sects were not afraid of the Blood Skull Gang. The Simplicity Celestial Sect was only a Grade 7 sect, although it was affiliated with the Profound Nether Mansion. There were many Grade 7 sects affiliated with Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Profound Nether Mansion. Yes, Senior, I'm Zheng Hong Yi. Standing in front of the middle-aged man, Zheng Hong, he could clearly feel the killing intent that was unintentionally emitted from the middle-aged man's body, causing his hair to stand on end as he hurriedly responded. Who did you contact to place the order for the Blood Skull Gang? The middle-aged man asked again. Obviously, he wanted to confirm the identity of the person before him and see if he was really the one who had placed the order with the blood skull. Chun Li, young Master Chin. Zheng Hongyi said, You should know the rules, right? The middle-aged man glanced at Zheng Hongyi. I know. Zheng Hongyi nodded, then turned to look at the woman beside him and called out, Wang Hong. Senior, this is the deposit. With a raise of her hand, a rattan armor that emitted a jade-green luster appeared in Wang Hong's hand. At first glance, the rattan armor looked like it was woven from vines emitting green light. It was bright, dazzling, and extremely eye-catching. That's right. The middle-aged man examined the armor and nodded in satisfaction. This is a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. After the middle-aged man put away the rattan armor, he looked at Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong and said, If the target leaves the Simplicity Celestial Sect, remember to inform me immediately. After the mission is over, I'll collect the remaining half of the reward. Following which, the middle-aged man asked for Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong's soul pearls. He also gave them his soul pearls so that they could communicate via immortal message talismans. After exchanging the soul orbs, the middle-aged man left. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared into thin air before Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hongyi. Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong were not surprised by this. After all, the middle-aged man was a one basic celestial king. Moreover, as an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, he was much stronger than ordinary one basic celestial kings in the Profound Nether Mansion. Put everything else aside. Just the profundities of the law that the middle-aged man had comprehended were not something ordinary one basic celestial kings in the Profound Nether Mansion could compare to. Moreover, the middle-aged man was from the Blood Skull Gang, so he had no lack of celestial methods and divine abilities. If Duan Lingtian doesn't leave the Sex Estate, even if the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang comes, they won't be able to kill him, right? Wang Hong looked at Zheng Hongyi and said, Based on what I know, ever since he joined the sect, he hasn't left the Sex Estate. Apart from going to the Sex Estate once, he's been cultivating in his true disciples' courtyard. I'm afraid it won't be easy to lure him out of the Sex Estate. Moreover, even if there's a way to lure him out of the sect, he'll definitely ask your master to send someone to escort him out. At that time, even the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang might not be able to kill him. Wang Hong voiced her concerns. Don't worry. Upon hearing Wang Hong's words, Zheng Hongyi said nonchalantly, Duan Lingtian will soon leave the Sex Estate on his own. Why? Wang Hong asked. It's a secret. Zheng Hongyi looked at Wang Hong meaningfully before a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Then he rose into the air and left the forest. Wang Hong left as well. However, her expression was unsightly. How dare Zheng Hongyi keep her in suspense? After all, she had to bear half of the reward for hiring the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang to kill Duan Lingtian. 3 days later, in the Simplicity Celestial Sect, in the valley where the true disciples and inner disciples cultivated, Duan Lingtian, a middle-aged man dressed in the robes of an inner disciple, appeared in the courtyard of a true disciple and greeted him. Duan Lingtian was in the midst of comprehending the law of fires pillaging profundity in his room when he heard the commotion outside. He was slightly taken aback. "Someone's looking for me." In his bewilderment, Duan Ling Tian opened the door to his courtyard and looked at a middle-aged man that was standing in the air not far away from the courtyard. The middle-aged man was the one who had called out to him earlier. "What's the matter?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Earlier, before I entered the sect's encampment, I received a voice transmission. At the same time, the person who sent the voice transmission to me delivered a letter to me from afar." The middle-aged man handed the letter to Duan Ling Tian as he spoke. The words to Duan Ling Tian were written on the letter. This method of sending a letter. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he saw the letter. He had been in the spirit overarching heaven for quite some time, but this was his first time seeing someone using such an ancient method to send a letter. "Did you see who sent the letter to you?" Duan Ling Tian asked the middle-aged man. "No." The middle-aged man shook his head. "The person who sent the voice transmission was a man." "A man?" Duan Ling Tian frowned. "Who could it be?" "Duan Ling Tian, if there's nothing else, I'll return to my residence first." The middle-aged man said. "All right, thank you." Duan Ling Tian nodded. After the middle-aged man left, Duan Ling Tian opened the envelope in his hand and took out the folded letter. At the same time, he unfolded the letter. The 2 paragraphs on the letter were clearly reflected in his eyes. Swoosh! As soon as he read the 2 paragraphs of words on the letter, his expression changed completely. There were only 2 words on the first paragraph of the letter. Huaner. The second paragraph was a long one. 100,000 miles to the east of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. Come here alone. If I find someone following you here, even if you don't see me, she'll definitely die. Huaner. Duan Ling Tian had been worried about Huan Er's whereabouts ever since she went missing. His heart was filled with anxiety when he saw the letter. Huaner. She was kidnapped? And now, the person who gave me the letter wants me to meet him alone. It's obvious that he has an ulterior motive. Huan Er might not know where I am. Even if she knows, she wouldn't expose my whereabouts. How did that person find out about Huan Er? Is Huan Er really with him? Although his heart was burning with anxiety, Duan Ling Tian did not lose his reason. After taking a deep breath, he calmly pondered. Regardless of whether Huan Er is with him or not, and regardless of his motive, I have to make a trip there. Although Huan Er might not be with him, and the person wanted him to meet him for some reason, Duan Ling Tian was certain Huan Er was not with him. However, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to take the risk. If Huan Er was with him, and he did not cooperate with the person might harm Huan Er. However, it's obvious the other party has ill intentions. I have to be careful. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian left the valley where the true disciples and inner court disciples' small courtyards were located and made his way east. After Duan Ling Tian left, a figure walked out of one of the inner disciples' courtyards. He took the bait. The figure was none other than Zhang Hongyi, the 3rd direct disciple of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. At this moment, a bright smile could be seen on Zhang Hongyi's face. As expected of one of the 3 strongest assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory, I was worried about how to lure Duan Ling Tian out of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. Who knew they would have a way to lure Duan Ling Tian out of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate? I wonder what method the Blood Skull Gang used to lure Huan out of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. Although Zhang Hongyi knew the Blood Skull Gang had a way to lure Duan Ling Tian out of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, he did not know what method the Blood Skull Gang had used. 3 days ago, Zhang Hongyi had confidently told Wang Hong that Duan Ling Tian would leave the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate soon because Chunli had informed him that the Blood Skull Gang had a way to lure Duan Ling Tian out of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian would be forced to leave the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate alone. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not dare to ask anyone to leave with him. He's left. Zhang Hongyi's eyes flashed as he contacted the assassin sent by the Blood Skull Gang through a communications celestial talisman, informing him that Duan Lingtian had left the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. Meanwhile, he took the bait. Chapter 3054. Similar to the spirit overarching heaven, the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was one of the 80 Devata realms. However, it was different from the spirit overarching heaven. 99% of the life forms in Wansho Heaven were immortal beasts. This was because the immortal beasts in Wansho Heaven ostracized humans and other life forms. If they encountered humans or other life forms, they would immediately kill them. On the other hand, the spirit overarching heaven was a Devata realm where humans and celestial beasts coexisted peacefully. In the Wansho Heaven, the Dragon Clan was one of the more powerful forces under the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Wansho Heaven. The patriarch of the Dragon's clan was a 10 Directions celestial emperor. His strength was comparable to the Heavenly Emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Below the clan leader, there were many dragons among the dragons. It was because of their existence that the dragon's status in Wansho Heaven was established. The residence of the dragons was located in a vast plain called the Ancestral Dragon Plain. This plain was also the territory of the dragons. Usually, very few immortal beasts dared to approach it. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the outer region of the Ancestral Dragon Plain, 2 figures shot out from the Ancestral Dragon Plain like a bolt of black lightning and a bolt of white lightning. In the blink of an eye, they left the Ancestral Dragon Plain. Not long after the 2 figures left, a gray figure appeared in the sky above the outer region of the Ancestral Dragon Plains. It was an old man in a gray robe. He was tall and sturdy, but there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Whoosh! The old man raised his hand, and an immortal talisman appeared in his hand. Then the immortal talisman burned and turned into a 7-colored light that shot into the sky. Almost at the same time as the 7-colored light rushed into the sky, the void in the distance trembled, and a group of people stepped through the air from afar. Their movements were uniform, and they looked majestic. There were a total of 11 people in this group, led by a middle-aged man. They all wore silver armor, and the middle-aged man's armor was the thickest. 13th Elder. When they saw the old man, the middle-aged man in the lead hurriedly bowed respectfully to the old man, and the group of 10 people behind him followed suit. Did you see the 2 little fellows who just left? The old man looked at the middle-aged man and asked. The middle-aged man shook his head. Just as the old man was feeling a little disappointed, the middle-aged man added, However, although I didn't see the person you're talking about, I did sense 2 waves of celestial origin energy moving outside. It went that way. As the middle-aged man spoke, he pointed towards the south. Almost at the same time the middle-aged man finished speaking, the old man had already disappeared in front of the middle-aged man and the others like a ghost, as if he had disappeared into thin air. It seems that the ones who left were those 2 little fellows. After the old man left, the middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. Captain, do you know who the 13th Elder is chasing? Among the 10 people behind the middle-aged man, a young man asked curiously. A few years ago, the youngest Elder of the Dragons, Elder Ji-seong, brought 2 clansmen back from the mundane realm, right? The middle-aged man asked. Of course I have. The young man's eyes lit up as he said confidently, It said that the 2 clan leaders were 8-clawed divine dragons in the mundane realm. After they entered the clan, they were baptized in the dragon pool and showed signs of transforming into 9-clawed divine dragons. Then they displayed extraordinary innate talent in a short time. Currently, they're not even 100 years old, but they've already broken through and become celestial dukes. One of them has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. The other one has only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of destruction. but he has comprehended one of the profundities to the initial stage. This is why his battle prowess is much higher than the former. Both of them are rare geniuses in the dragons of the 10,000 beasts heaven. For this reason, the clan leader thinks highly of them and even sent the 13th elder. When the young man spoke up to this point, he seemed to have recalled something. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the middle-aged man in shock and asked, "Captain, don't tell me the two little fellows that 13th elder asked us about are them?" "Yes, it's them." The middle-aged man smiled wryly. "Moreover, based on the 13th elder's actions, it's obvious he didn't keep an eye on them and allowed them to escape. I hope 13th elder can catch up to them. Otherwise, if something happens to them, not only will 13th elder not be able to escape the punishment of the patriarch, even us patrolling warriors in this area will be implicated." The middle-aged man sighed repeatedly when he reached the end of a sentence. The gray-clad old man left the ancestral dragon plain and headed south. He searched every nook and cranny of the area, but he did not find his target. His expression darkened immediately. Ever since those two little fellows became celestial dukes, they've been trying to escape. I managed to stop them the previous few times. This time I was distracted for a moment, and they managed to escape. I hope they're all right. Otherwise, how am I going to explain this to the clan leader? The gray-clad old man muttered to himself. His voice was filled with helplessness when he reached the end of his sentence. At the same time, tens of thousands of miles to the northeast of the gray-clad old man's location, the black and white bolts of lightning that were streaking across the sky slowed down. Then, two figures appeared. One of the figures was tall and the other was short. They were a young man and a young woman in white. The young man was wearing a long black robe. His resolute face was as sharp as a knife, emitting a cold aura. His eyes were expressionless. He was tall and sturdy, and he looked like a towering black iron tower. The other one was a white-clothed woman. She had a beautiful appearance, and her beautiful appearance revealed a heroic spirit. She gave people a feeling that she was not inferior to men. Apart from that, the young woman in white was also taller than an ordinary woman. She was 8 meters tall. However, she appeared petite when she stood in front of the young man in black, who was almost 2 meters tall. Although the young woman's white robe was loose, it could not hide her proud figure. Her legs that were more than 8 meters long were especially eye-catching. "It seems like we've shaken off the old man." The young woman in white sighed in relief. Then she looked at the young man in black and asked, "Little Black, have you contacted Little Gold?" "Yes." The young man in black nodded. Then his eyes flashed as he said, "She's already there. Let's go over now. She's more comfortable. Nobody's watching her. She can leave whenever she wants." The young woman in white muttered. Then the young man in black moved together. They turned into two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, and headed toward the south. When the two of them were heading south, the 13th elder of the dragons, who could not find them in the southwest, was still searching for them. However, he did not know that they were already in the northeast. 3 days later, in the desert, an abandoned city was covered in yellow sand. One could vaguely see the ruins on the yellow sand. It gave off a lonely feeling. At this very moment, above the broken walls, above the yellow sand, a graceful golden figure stood in the air. It was a young woman in golden clothes. She had an oval face. She did not wear any makeup, but she had an extraordinary appearance. She stood there as though everything around her paled in comparison. In addition, her slim figure was also very tall. She was about 75 meters tall, much taller than ordinary women. "They're here." Suddenly, the woman seemed to have noticed something. She suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked toward the north. There were 2 small black dots that were rapidly growing in size. They were rapidly approaching her. Whoosh! Whoosh! A moment later, the growing black turned into a young man in a black robe and a young woman in white. "Little White, Little Black, A beautiful smile bloomed on the woman's originally cold face when she saw them. At the same time, she rose into the air and quickly welcomed them. "Little Gold, long time no see. You've become prettier again." The woman in white smiled. "Little White, don't just talk about me. You've become prettier too. I really don't understand. Little Black, and you have the same mother. Why are you so beautiful and he's so ugly?" As the golden-robed woman spoke, she looked at the black-robed young man beside the white-robed woman and rolled her eyes at him. The corner of the young man in black's mouth twitched when he heard the woman in golden clothes' words. He glared at her coldly. At the same time, the cold and indifferent aura that he had been emitting seemed to have faded a lot. "Although you're prettier now, your chest is still so small. Those who don't know better would think you're a woman in disguise." The young man in black's voice was indifferent. As soon as he spoke, the woman in golden clothes' expression turned unsightly. Just as the woman in golden clothes was about to lose her temper, the woman in white stepped forward to mediate the situation. All right. Both of you haven't seen each other for so long. Why are you bickering as soon as you see each other? Don't forget why we're gathered here this time." When the white-clothed woman said the first sentence, the golden-clothed woman and the black-robed young man were still staring at each other. However, when they heard the white-clothed woman's second sentence, they both withdrew their gazes from each other. "Little White, it's been so many years. Do you think Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kerr are still in the Saint Province realm?" The woman in golden clothes asked as she looked at the woman in white. "It doesn't matter if Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kerr are still in the Saint Province realm. We're already celestial dukes, so we don't have to worry about the secular karma in the mundane realm," the woman in white said. When the golden-clothed woman and the white-clothed woman mentioned the words Big Brother Ling Tian and Big Sister Ku-er, the depths of the black-robed young man's originally cold eyes were suffused with waves of gentleness. "I'm afraid Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kerr won't be able to recognize us now." Chapter 3055. In the Spirit Overarching Heaven. In the profound Nether Mansions territory in the Southern Heaven territory, in the east of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, there was a vast grassland that spanned from 80,000 to 130,000 miles. In the east of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, there was a blue lake with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters on a grassland that was about 100,000 miles away from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. This lake was located in the middle of the grassland. It was like a mirror embedded in the grassland, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds in the sky, as well as the scorching sun. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown past, a purple figure appeared in the air above the lake that was originally empty. The purple figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had rushed here from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. He looked to his left and right, but he did not see anyone around him. The reason Duan Lingtian was here was because of the letter he had received. Since the person who wrote the letter had invited him here, it was only a matter of time before he showed up. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry. He sat cross-legged in the air and continued to comprehend the law of fire's pillaging profundity with the help of the chaos divine flame. With the help of the chaos divine flame, his comprehension of the law of fire's pillaging profundity improved rapidly. At this rate, I'm sure I'll be able to comprehend the pillaging profundity within half a year, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was referring to comprehending the pillaging profundity to the rudimentary stage. A king-grade celestial method that contained the pillaging profundity could only help him comprehend the pillaging profundity to the rudimentary stage. Although Duan Lingtian was comprehending the law of fire, his divine consciousness was constantly spreading out. As long as someone was near him, he would be able to detect it immediately and react in time unless the person's cultivation base was much higher than his. While Duan Lingtian was comprehending the law of fire above the lake, two people were busy in the Simplicity Celestial sect. They were none other than Zhang Hongyi, the third direct disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, and Wang Hong, the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect. At this moment, the two of them were making their way around the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate to make sure none of the Celestial Kings had left the sect. The reason why the two of them were doing this was because they wanted to cooperate with the Blood Skull assassin. The assassin sent by the Blood Skull gang was only one basic Celestial King. Although he was strong, there were many people in the Simplicity Celestial sect who were stronger than him. As a member of the Blood Skull gang, it was only natural for him to be cautious. Therefore, when he learned that Duan Lingtian had left, he sent a message to Zhang Hongyi to confirm if anyone from the Simplicity Celestial sect had left. 3 days later, Zhang Hongyi and Wang Hong met. The people I went to look for are all in the sect's encampment. No one has left. Wang Hong said to Zhang Hongyi. Same here. Zhang Hongyi nodded. At the same time, he took out an immortal message talisman. Through the soul imprint in a soul pearl, he sent the message over. Senior, all the Celestial Kings and above who haven't left the sex estate are all in the sex estate. None of them have left. It seems like Duan Lingtian really didn't tell anyone about your invitation. These were the exact words Zhang Hongyi sent to the assassin from the Blood Skull gang. Then he continued to flatter the assassin. Senior, you're really amazing. Not only did you lure Duan Lingtian out of the sex estate, but you even made sure he didn't dare to tell anyone about your invitation. All right. Unfortunately, Zhang Hongyi's flattery was destined to be in vain. After receiving Zhang Hongyi's message, the assassin from the Blood Skull gang only responded with a faint grunt and then ignored Zhang Hongyi. It's time to make a move. The black-clad middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged in the air suddenly rose to his feet. In the next moment, his eyes were filled with sharpness as he stared at the grassland. At the same time, his body emitted waves of frightening, killing intent. He murmured to himself, "It seems like the information from the organization is correct. That woman is indeed very important to him." However, he really didn't tell anyone that he came here. Could it be that he couldn't see that the letter could be a great threat to him? Or perhaps he thinks his life won't be in danger if he follows my instructions? What a naive brat! After muttering for a while, the black-clothed middle-aged man smiled coldly. Then his entire body seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning and directly swept into the grassland. The grassland was vast and the sky was clear. A mirror-like lake could be seen in the middle of the grassland. It was like a pearl that had fallen from the sky, giving the grassland a unique sense of beauty. A purple-clad young man could be seen sitting cross-legged in the air above the lake. He seemed to be meditating, but one could vaguely see waves of heat pulsing around his body. If it was night instead of day, it would not be difficult to see the heat waves pulsating around his body, emitting a faint fiery red glow. It was the fire elemental profundity, the fire elemental profundity. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. It had been a few days since Duan Lingtian arrived. He had been waiting for the person who had sent him the letter, but the person had yet to show up. However, since Duan Lingtian was comprehending the law of fire's pillaging profundity, time did not seem to pass too slowly. He's here. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately stood up and looked at the sky in front of him warily. As soon as he looked in the direction of the sound, swoosh! At this moment, a black figure appeared like a ghost in the sky. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a long black robe. The middle-aged man was skinny and looked like a bag of bones. However, the murderous aura he exuded was enough to make one's heart palpitate. HM? As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, Duan Lingtian looked at the blood-red skull embroidered on the chest of the middle-aged man's black robe. The bloody skull was embroidered vividly, as if it was a real skull that was dyed with blood. It was hideous and terrifying. The Blood Skull Gang? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw the middle-aged man's skinny face. Before he came to the Simplicity Celestial sect, he did not know about the Blood Skull Gang, let alone recognize the Blood Skull Gang symbol. However, after staying in the inner court of the Simplicity Celestial sect for a period of time, he learned a lot about the Southern Heaven territory. He learned about the 3 strongest assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven territory. One of the 3 strongest assassin organizations was the Blood Skull Gang. The assassins of the Blood Skull Gang wore the uniform of the Blood Skull Gang with the Blood Skull Gang's symbol on their chests. Apart from that, one could also tell the assassin's rank in the Blood Skull Gang by looking at the symbols on their chests. You're quite knowledgeable to recognize that I'm an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. The middle-aged man stared at Duan Lingtian coldly as he said, Duan Lingtian, you're an assassin. Waves of shock surged in his heart when he saw the purple-clad young man. It seemed as though the purple-clad young man had already noticed his presence. This was inconceivable to him. After all, he was a one basic celestial king, while the purple-clad young man was only a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. Where's Huan? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently, ignoring the middle-aged man's cold gaze. Huan? The middle-aged man was taken aback. Then he sneered and said, There's no Huan. She's just a bait to lure you away from the Simplicity Celestial sect. It's just that I didn't expect you to come here on your own. It seems like that person is very important to you. Based on her name, she must be a woman, right? Today, a genius like you will die because of a woman. The middle-aged man's sneer deepened when he finished speaking. So you don't know where Huaner is? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he sighed in relief inwardly. Didn't I tell you? It's just a bait. The middle-aged man sneered. Although it's just a bait, the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence network is pretty good. To think you're aware of Huan, or his existence, and know how to lure me out. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Can you tell me who hired the Blood Skull Gang to kill me? Based on what I know, it's not easy to hire an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Not everyone is qualified to do so. Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the middle-aged man. You seem to know a lot. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. Originally, since you're about to die, there's no harm in letting you know the reason before you die. Unfortunately, our Blood Skull has our own rules. You can only die with your curiosity and regret. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the air around him began to tremble as a majestic aura surged out of him. At the same time, a terrifying killing intent surged out of the middle-aged man's body. In the next moment, swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man appeared in front of Duan Lingtian like a ghost. He raised his hand and threw a punch at Duan Lingtian. Blue celestial origin energy swirled around his fist. It was clear this was the celestial origin energy from the law of water's fundamental profundity, the water elemental profundity. Bang! His fist shot out like a roaring water dragon toward Duan Lingtian's head. It was clear the middle-aged man intended to kill Duan Lingtian with a single punch. However, the middle-aged man had a nonchalant expression on his face as though he was certain Duan Lingtian would be killed by his punch. However, in the next moment, his gaze froze and his expression changed drastically. Crack! Just as the middle-aged man's gaze froze and his expression changed drastically, a crisp sound rang out. It wasn't loud, but it scared the middle-aged man so much that he felt like his insides were about to split apart. Chapter 3056. The middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded. In fact, when Duan Lingtian recognized him as an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang and seemed to know a lot about the Blood Skull Gang, he had already sensed something was amiss when he saw Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. However, when he recalled the message from Zhenghong Yi, an inner disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect, and the fact that Duan Lingtian was just a transcender, he felt relieved. Duan Lingtian was most likely a reincarnated celestial who had regained his memories from his past life. However, so what? No matter how powerful Duan Lingtian was in his past life, he was only a peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial now. How's this possible? The middle-aged man was shocked to discover that even after he cast the other profundities from the law of water, he still could not move Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian remained motionless as he held the middle-aged man's hand. He allowed the middle-aged man's water elemental profundity to wreak havoc on his hand. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly as he raised his hand that was holding the middle-aged man's hand. In the next moment, rip! A tearing sound rang in the air as Duan Lingtian tore the middle-aged man's arm off and tossed it to the side. In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man's severed arm fell into the lake below, causing a splash. At the same time, a blood-red flower bloomed on the surface of the lake. The middle-aged man had the opportunity to pick up his severed arm, but he did not dare to do so. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. Aren't you a peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial? How can you possess such powerful celestial origin energy? As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, his body blurred as he quickly distanced himself from Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian was a ferocious beast that would devour him. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian attacked, the middle-aged man had only sensed the aura of the earth elemental profundity in Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Apart from the earth elemental profundity, Duan Lingtian did not use any other techniques. The middle-aged man knew Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was so powerful that the middle-aged man was unable to shake him. Even if the middle-aged man had Duan Lingtian's celestial profundity and used his one basic celestial profundity, he still would not be able to shake Duan Lingtian's Duan Lingtian. Although the celestial origin energy of a 10 directions celestial king is capable of suppressing me, it's not as strong as his celestial origin energy. It feels like his celestial origin energy has surpassed a celestial king's and is comparable to a celestial lord's. With this thought in mind, the middle-aged man knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. At the very least, he was no match for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian seems to have entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm not too long ago. This means he's only an overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial. However, his celestial origin energy is comparable to a celestial lord's. This means he's relying on a powerful celestial talisman or a consumable royal grade celestial weapon. Although his strength will continue to be depleted, it'll be easy for him to kill me before he runs out of energy. The middle-aged man figured out how Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was comparable to a celestial lord's celestial origin energy. At this moment, there was only one thought in the middle-aged man's mind: run. Alas, Duan Lingtian seemed to have expected the middle-aged man to flee. With a wave of his hand, his celestial origin energy that was boosted with the earth elemental profundity surged out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that was boosted with the earth elemental profundity whistled through the air and transformed into black pillars in just a blink of an eye. They swirled around the middle-aged man and formed a cage that trapped him. Although Duan Lingtian had only comprehended the basics of the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity, he was still able to cast the king-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison. Naturally, the gravitational space profundity was not that powerful. Currently, Duan Lingtian was relying on his celestial origin energy that was comparable to an ordinary celestial lord's. With his celestial origin energy that was boosted with the earth elemental profundity, even if he had only comprehended the basics of the gravitational space profundity, it was still extremely powerful. At the very least, the middle-aged man who was trapped in the Black Rock Prison was forced to bend over due to the gravitational force. Ah, The middle-aged man roared as his celestial origin energy that was boosted with the water elemental profundity surged out of his body. His celestial origin energy took on many different forms as he charged at the Black Rock prison. I can't escape. I'm dead meat. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was ashen. He knew he was going to die. As long as you tell me who hired you to kill me, I might spare your life. After all, you're just an assassin who has no enmity with me. You're just doing me a favor, Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at the middle-aged man's ashen face. However, when the middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he glanced at Duan Lingtian before a sneer appeared on his skinny face. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw the middle-aged man's body emitting a blue light. Then his body exploded, leaving behind a cloud of blood that dyed the Black Rock prison red. A spatial ring and a set of armor fell to the ground. Did he commit suicide? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly, but soon after he cast it again. It was as though he had come to a realization. That's right. Since the Bloodskull Gang has such a reputation, it's impossible for their assassins to betray their employer. However, even though he's dead, his spatial ring was left behind. The Bloodskull Gang and the other powerful assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory all have a rule. They'll take half of the deposit before they make a move. Perhaps I'll be able to find the deposit in his spatial ring. Naturally, the person who hired me has to be from the profound Nether Mansion. However, if he's not from the profound Nether Mansion, he won't be able to recognize me, let alone kill me. Moreover, those from the profound Nether Mansion would only have prominent celestial crystals at most. An assassin organization like the Bloodskull Gang wouldn't care about prominent celestial crystals. In other words, the person who hired the Bloodskull Gang to kill me must have paid the Bloodskull Gang with something else instead of celestial crystals. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's thoughts changed rapidly. He thought of many things, and even had his own speculations. Although some of the people I killed during my trip to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm came from extraordinary backgrounds, it's impossible for them to be certain I killed them, even if they suspect me. It's impossible for them to go to the Bloodskull Gang to kill me just because they suspect me. In other words, the person who hired the Bloodskull Gang to kill me is most likely from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. With this thought in mind, a figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was none other than Zhang Hongyi, the third direct disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, whom he had met when he first arrived in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Based on what the inner disciple said, if I didn't show up, it's very likely Zhang Hongyi would take my spot as a true disciple. When I first met Zhang Hongyi, I could sense his jealousy and hostility toward me. Perhaps he's the one who hired the Bloodskull Gang to kill me? However, is he capable of contacting the Bloodskull Gang and hiring the Bloodskull Gang to kill me? With these questions in mind, Duan Lingtian made his way back to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. When I return, I'll look for the sect leader and show him the items in that person's spatial ring. If they belong to Zhang Hongyi, the sect leader might be able to recognize them. Although Zhang Hongyi was the direct disciple of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian knew Zhang Hongyi was only an ordinary direct disciple. Sun Liangpeng's other two direct disciples were also true disciples. Their innate talent far surpassed Zhang Hongyi's. This was one of the reasons Zhang Hongyi failed to become a true disciple. His innate talent was limited. Duan Lingtian believed that if it was really Zhang Hongyi who did it, Sun Liangpeng would surely give him an explanation and would not shield Zhang Hongyi. Sun Liangpeng would not hesitate to settle this matter in private. If he was an ordinary inner disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Sun Liangpeng might not even care about him. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew Sun Liangpeng was only a disciple of Sun Liangpeng. The only reason Sun Liangpeng was willing to give him an explanation was because he was extremely valuable to Sun Liangpeng. This could be seen from Sun Liangpeng's attitude when he first joined the Simplicity celestial sect. It was impossible for Sun Liangpeng to entertain ordinary people who entered the Simplicity celestial sect. While Duan Lingtian was on his way back to the Simplicity celestial sect's estate, the Blood Skull Gang received a communication celestial talisman from the assassin who had just committed suicide in front of Duan Lingtian. The target is Duan Lingtian. Although he's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he possesses a consumable royal grade celestial weapon or a celestial talisman that allows him to possess the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord. Soon after the communication celestial talisman was sent to the Blood Skull Gang, Chen Li, who was the illegitimate son of one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang, received the news. What? Duan Lingtian possesses a consumable royal grade celestial weapon or a celestial talisman that allows him to possess the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord. Chen Li was dumbfounded. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have such a trump card. It seems like he's really a reincarnated celestial. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary celestial in his past life. He must have regained his memories and obtained something from his past life. In Chen Li's opinion, the consumable royal grade celestial weapon or a celestial talisman that allowed him to possess the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord must have been left behind by Duan Lingtian in his past life. It was highly likely that Duan Lingtian was a celestial lord in his past life. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.